Hi, folks. Good morning. Live straight from Bangkok. Hi, this is Aim, the Azim Director of Impact Collective, and I am very proud to be right here to host the Day 1 Impact Collective Demo Day. And we are going to start in a few minutes. We've got an epic turnout. A few hundred people have signed up, and many more will be watching live from our YouTube live stream. So, good morning from Bangkok. It's 8 a.m. And we've got a big team in Seoul. So, wave everybody who's based in Seoul. And we have one person in New Zealand. And we've got a lot of people who are going to be showing up right after. And thank you so much for putting on the beautiful background representing Demo Day. So as we wait for a minute or so, just to let you know that we will be running the show for a considerable amount of time. So don't go anywhere for the next 4 hours. We've got 10 amazing teams that will be pitching in 3 stages. And they have been preparing very hard, 3 months for this program. And if you, by any chance, see a lot of Jeffrey Chars, don't freak out. We have a small Zoom bug, and there is only one and only one Jeffrey. All right. While you're waiting, just feel free to change your names to name/_ organization name or what your affiliation is. Just tell us who's on this call. And do turn on your videos, mute yourself. We will start very soon. Awesome. So while everybody is kind of waiting to be settled, we are going to give you a very quick update and overview for a lot of folks that are joining in the call right now, what Impact Collective is, and why we're having this amazing demo day of 20 teams that we have so closely, lovingly collaborated over the past 3 months. A quick slide about who we are is a very awesome. And welcome. Why we're having this amazing demo day. Hi, I can hear myself. It seems like I don't know if anybody heard myself in there, but thank you for the mute. It felt like I was in a parallel universe, but no, here we are. We are in the one and only Planet A, the only planet that we have. The Story of Impact Collective is really a vision of some amazing partners, such as the Ventures and the World Federation of UN Associations, run this incredible program called Citypreneurs, and many, many others, who just felt that as somebody who is actively helping to support entrepreneurs over the past decade, been successful with a big exit like Chan Sung, a founder of Impact Collective, we felt that we wanted to do more. While we've been very blessed and grateful for an amazing career, an amazing exit, a lot of business opportunities, as we've seen with COVID-19, and then before that the more we do well, the less hospitable and livable and inclusive the world has become. And then with crazy numbers of COVID accelerating, I think all of us can feel that at times helplessness, but with the story of entrepreneurship, at many times we feel also empowered to say that if we've see something we don't like, we see a problem that we want to do something about, we have the tools and the capability within our hands, behind our screens or within our homes to be part of the change, be an impact maker, build a business to solve some of these problems and be an inspiration to many of the next generation. So whether it's just as simple to come to the Impact Collective community, create some discussions about the world we live in and the world we'd like to live in the future, to organize and galvanize support for many exciting activities, and to really bring the best minds together to say, what can we do in a span of 3 to 6 months to accelerate and move the needle for a lot of impact entrepreneurs that are underserved and unloved at times and under-supported. So whether the ventures, citypreneurs, also our partners at UNDP, UNESCAP, Draper Startup House, Thus and Dreamplex, regional anchors in Singapore, Thailand, Vietnam, we decided mid-year to get together and say, let's do something about this. So what have we accomplished so far? We've done some really amazing things. Kicked off with a 2-day conference and camp where we've had hundreds and hundreds of applications. We have 86 teams who made it to the final inaugural cohort, and we hit the ground running for 3 months. That said, we didn't just got around Zoom calls after Zoom calls. We actually got people to experience market firsthand. While we are not able to travel and fly, cross-border launch boxes gave people a glimpse of all the impact markets, whether it's the Philippines or Vietnam or Indonesia or Thailand or Korea and Singapore and Malaysia. We had speakers come in and open their Rolodex and their insights on how to expand to these markets. We've got many impact sessions where judges and experts can get to know and talk to a lot of the entrepreneurs on a office hours, on a one-to-one basis, really just to connect and figure out which teams deserve to be progressing to the finalist round, and also to get them love and support the community and raise funding. And lastly, home groups. We've got not just support on the business side, but on the emotional and networking side to get people connected, as well as many skill sharing sessions from all the experts within our community. I think if not over 1,000 of experts and community members have joined by now. Now, today is the grand finale, the 2-day demo day, and we are going to get underway. And this is kind of the faces of the community. 300 impact makers, over 200 judges, community members, and 32 countries of origin from all over the world. So look at that. As you can see, a lot of our haircuts have changed, the background have changed, but as always, familiar faces and smiles all around. So hopefully, once all this COVID thing is over, we will be able to host some of these sessions in your hometown and in the actual physical locations. So, impact framework, what do we need? We need teams that are not just building an amazing product, that aren't just going to create a scalable business model or have an amazing team and culture, or they care and track their impact that they generate in accordance to the Sustainable Development Goals. We want to see a combination of that with all that combined, we are creating the new standard for the industry and ecosystem that you operate, and broader impact to all your stakeholders. This has been the framework of how we brought people into the community. We've also use this as our guiding principle as teams progress through the program. And one of the most important questions that we've been asked, fast track investment. And the program investment that will be coming out of the demo day. Are we actually putting money where our mouth is? I'd like to report that we are in deep DD with 20 teams and 1 team is confirmed now. We were actually only planning to look at 10 to 15 deals in our fast track investment, which starts right away, whether you're pre-program, in the program, and post-program. And we're going to invest around $25,000 to $100,000. And this has been the signature part of the program. Furthermore, the program investment, we're looking to make $50,000 to $500,000. And we will invite our partners to syndicate on these investments. So stay tuned. Right after this demo day, we will make hopefully, some good news. So, housekeeping. Long story short, we're going to have roughly a 7 to 10 minute pitch. Every team has been asked to bring their TED mode game face on right after this housekeeping. We ask everybody to stay muted. You can have your LED signage and route and make all the exciting faces as your favorite team go on, but do stay mute. We have folks that are watching from our YouTube and Facebook page. So if you are coming in, just send us some questions into the chat. Our team will collate them and throw them into the question pool while the Q&A tab on the Zoom. And for those in Zoom, please do keep the questions coming. We'll try our best to sort to as many as possible. And feel free to be active on the chats and comments. Root for your home team. So while that is underway, the main program and the stage of all of Impact Collective happens on our platform, impactcollective.moem.co. You can be able to track the live voting of the final 20 teams on the voting boards. And also check out all the teams' website on impactcollective.earth and demo day. And while we have 80 teams in our program and only 20 that made it to the finals, we still love them all. So make sure to check out the other teams and root for them and drop them some comments as a show of support for the teams that didn't make it, but they still may get a chance to raise funding from Impact Collective or our community. So this is what the platform looks like. You can go in there, chat with us, see who the judges are, who are the partners, check out the scores in the leaderboard, and just go and see how the votes are going. So without further ado, and yes, the link to the leaderboard is in the chat. We are going to get started on the first team. And this is stage 1, inclusive health and quality of life. So starting off with Freedom One Life, Vulcan Augmetics, and Community Innovation Hut, or Sehat Kahani. So as the first team gets ready, I just like to pass it very quickly to our representative from Impact Collective, Sung Yi, and Charlotte to see if they'd like to add anything.
Charlotte, you go ahead.
All right. Well, I just wanted to say a massive thank you to everyone. We've made it this far, and I'm super excited to hear about all of our top 20 teams presenting their impact profit alignment in their solutions. Just on our end, we have Sohyung Amy Cho coming in from UNDP and Joe Lim from the World Federation of United Nations Associations. We will be later joined by Jackie Sito from the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and Pacific. And this was a collective effort, bringing in different UN partners as well as private sector representatives. And I'll let Songi talk more about that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you everybody for joining today, even if it's early morning. And then I will be just honored to introduce some of my partners here from the venture side. We have Chang Sang, one of our founders, and Sean and Chris and TK and our amazing partners and Uni. Will and Jimin is also joining as a part of the panel today. And we have other team members from IC, Marta, our amazing community managers, and Nick from Draper Startup House, and Lam from Vietnam, and all these people who put lots of tears and efforts and sweat into this program. And of course, I'm so excited to see our teams pitching today. They've been putting so much energy and time and then like effort to make this stage today. Teams, good luck and enjoy your show.
Awesome. Thank you, Sangye and Charlotte. So a very esteemed panel of judges. I'm already a little nervous already for our first speaker and then presenter, Alex. Are you ready?
We are, yes.
Awesome. So this is a game-changing next-generation powered wheelchair, and can't wait to hear all about it. So without further ado, feel free to share your screen.
Hi, everyone. I'm Alex, the founder of Freedom One Life. Presenting with me today is Scott, our design engineer, and Albert, our managing director. I've used power wheelchairs for over 20 years. I've traveled to over 60 countries, and I found that my chair could never keep up with me. It was unreliable, always breaking down, and limiting my freedom. I founded this company because I discovered people just like me, people that have great ambitions, yet are limited by power and chair's reliability and performance. The conclusion I came to is that existing power wheelchairs are not built to be used all day, every day.
The key players in the power chair market include Permobile and Sunrise Medical. Their overall designs have been around for over 15 years with only minor aesthetic tweaks. Their key features include lead-acid batteries, high maintenance, low efficiency brushed motors, a real-world range of 15 kilometers, and a charger unit that is separate from the chair, meaning you need to carry a bulky charger unit with you on long journeys. Our solution is the Series 5. We've designed the Series 5 around 4 key design pillars. The first is performance. We've designed the biggest wheelchair battery in the world, and used in combination with efficient and powerful brushless motors, the Series 5 delivers a 40-kilometer real-world range. We also focus on reliability and safety. To avoid cables snagging on anything while driving, all electrical and mechanical functions are concealed under car-like body panels. Next is comfort and convenience. We are the only company in the world to offer an integrated battery charger, meaning there is no need to carry a bulky charger with you anymore, simply a single cable. And finally, transportability. The aluminium frame and the lithium battery means our chair is 30% lighter than the comparable wheelchair from our competitors. This is a timeline showing you the progress to the present day. The key points that I'd like to highlight from this are that up to 2018, we produced 4 prototypes that were fully designed and tested in-house. We raised $400,000 from grants and competitions, and we completed 10,000 kilometers of real-world testing on those prototypes. By September 2019, we had completed the design for the Series 5 and passed the challenging crash test on our first attempt. Our battery also successfully passed UN 38.3 transport safety tests, and we exhibited our chair at RehaCare, the largest mobility exhibition in Europe. Now, in December 2020, we are currently fundraising for round 3 investment and are pitching to you guys, the Impact Collective. Looking forward to 2021 and beyond, by February, we aim to have completed round 3 funding. This may involve a blended investment model. By October 2021, we aim to have passed all final validation testing, and we will officially launch the Series 5 at RehaCare. Beyond 2021, we will begin to look at future developments in more detail. This may include the Series 1, a lower cost chair aimed at the wider mobility market.
Limited freedom caused by outdated, unreliable policies brings isolation, unemployment, and inequality to policy users. This is due to focus on profit, not innovation. We solve this through user-led design and progressive technology, which enables people to live a life they choose. We increase independence, allowing people to seek more social and economic opportunities. We focus on the user, not profit. We align with SDGs 8 and 10, as well as Target 1B of the ensuing strategy goals and targets. These are underperforming in Asia Pacific, according to the 2020 SDG Progress Report. 690 million disabled people in Asia Pacific face barriers to participation in employment, politics, education, and social protection.
So if we move on to more of the commercial aspects now, the global wheelchair market is worth approximately $6.1 billion US. We are targeting the mid-premium segment with the Series 5 from Freedom One Life, and this is worth about 20% of that total. The growth of the market is driven by several factors, including technology, which we firmly address, and also the global aging population. Next slide, Scott. The APAC region shown here is worth just over 20% of the global total, and it's amongst the fastest growing markets, second only to the USA. When you then compare the price of the Series 5, taking into account all of the advanced technology previously mentioned, it offers significantly better value for money, as shown here in this table. The sales forecast here, which we scaled back earlier this year due to the impact of COVID, shows revenues tracking at over $8 million a year by year 5. And then moving on to the investment. The investment we're looking for at this point is $400,000. That will enable us to fully commercialize, to finish some final validation testing that's already been conducted in-house. And it'll also enable us to employ the necessary key people to enable us to support the rollout of the commercial operation. And that includes targeting our global network of distributors whom we've made initial relationships with at RehaCare that Scott previously mentioned.
So we have really enjoyed being part of the Impact Collective community. We now have a clear mission statement. Thanks to the impact sessions, we learned how to measure our impact. We learned how to refine our story, our strategy. We met several experts for entry to Asia Pacific markets, including potential supply chain partners, investors, and routes of distribution. We enjoyed working with Nick, our original anchor, and we enjoyed interacting with the judges and fellow impact makers, and we're really looking forward to the next steps. Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome. That was an amazing presentation. Thank you so much, Alex, Scott and Albert, hailing all the way from Scotland. What time is it over there, by the way?
It's 25 past 1
25 past 1. So
in the morning.
AM.
wow, okay. Oh shoot. Okay. All right. We won't keep you up all night, but we'd love to have you with us for as long as the coffee will keep you awake. So thank you so much. And this is really, to me, almost like the Tesla of a wheelchair. I can see so much similarities. Now we have the next team, Vulcan Augmetics. Rafael from Vietnam, who will equally be targeting and supporting folks with affordable, upgradable, and easy to maintain prosthetics for developing nations. So again, taking innovation all the way to the edge. And questions are coming in. Just to let everybody know, we will have a very long 35-minute time for Q&A right at the end. So of this whole segment, stage 1. Now, Rafael, are you ready?
I am, yes. I'm just waiting for the other screen sharing to stop.
Awesome. All right. So
You can share it with waiting.
Okay, it just says it will block out your screen sharing, so it's slightly concerned.
No worries. All right. I'm going to stop mine. And you are ready to go, Rafael.
Hey. All right, my name is Rafael. I'm the CEO of Vulcan Augmetics, and we believe in technology making people better. The most obvious place that this starts with, the most extreme, is prosthetics. At the moment, there are 38 million people in developing nations who do not have proper access to care or any access to care. The main reasons for this are that prosthetics are highly priced. Even the most basic model starts at $2,500. They are high maintenance, so the robotic ones have to be taken care of. You have to go back to the clinic on a regular basis. You need to have some technical expertise. They are low access, so it's mostly centralized around these clinics, which are in cities. And for any problem or any issue, you have to travel back. And it's also hard to get hold of them because there's not enough medical or insurance support. Finally, they're low utility. So even the most expensive sort of $60,000 to $100,000 prosthetic will not help you actually go out and do a physical blue collar job. And a lot of people are stuck in the vicious circle of prosthetics, which is to have a really useful prosthetic over a long period of time. You need the income to maintain it. To have that income, you of course need a job, and to have the job and be able to do one, you need that prosthetic. So this is kind of where people are trapped right now. Our solution to this is a combination of an innovative product and an extended scalable ecosystem. So the innovative product is we have made the prosthetic modular, and we have used mixed manufacturing. So we combine 3D printing with more conventional methods such as injection molding and steel cutting. This means that we can have mass production and also have a standardized design for customization. It means it's more affordable, and it means it's something that can be customized to each user and be an expression of their identity. The final advantage is that it's very easy to maintain, in that if there's anything that's a problem, because it's modular and plug and play, we just ship them a replacement piece instead of them coming back to the clinic. So our extended ecosystem is that instead of the conventional method where everything is sold through clinics, we also go to users directly. We start the base product as cheap as possible. So it's like a razor and blade model that allows the user to upgrade and defer costs so that it's much easier for them to take care of it over time. And we open up new channels through things like corporate sponsorship and working with the UNDP that other traditional prosthetics companies do not. So we can get to more people. The product itself, we've been working for 3 years to R&D, and now we're in the market. We've been for about 1 month. We have fully functional robotic arms with a unique and patented control system, much simpler and more robust than before, Bluetooth controlled. We already have a wide range of aesthetics and styles that our users are choosing from and using to express themselves. And we have a range of tools for work and play, because even like the most advanced prosthetic hand still can't beat the human hand in some tasks. So it's much better to design an affordable, specialized tool for a job. And we work with corporate partners to put people into those positions. Looking at us in terms of competitive matrix, we offer a huge amount more functionality, customization, and general interaction and transparency with the user at a much, much lower price point. Frankly, we are just a better product overall, especially for developing nations. Market potential. So we see this as very much a blue ocean market right now. There are about 4.5 to 7 million amputees in developing nations, and that's going to be worth around $12.3 billion in 2025. And this is ignoring the 38 million people in developing nations who are totally ignored by the system. And so, yeah, that's where our main focus is. And we believe that this is, there's a lot more potential to develop this than there is to jump in and try and compete in developed nations. Our business model, as I said before, we open different channels. So instead of doing everything through the clinics, we also sell the extras, upgrades, and peripherals directly to the user so they can customize themselves, something no other company does. We also have unconventional methods of income. So traditional is medical insurance. We also take money from corporate partners and directly from sponsors and NGOs. We're working with the UNDP. And for the user themselves, we have a marketplace so that they can talk to Fab Labs, third-party sellers and designers, and order their own accessories later on. So they can totally customize their body to express their identity, whilst also getting this great life product that improves the quality of life at a practical price. In terms of social impact, we meet 5 of the SDGs. We've worked with UNDP quite intensely on a few different pilot projects. The main one is mine clearance, where people who have had damage from war ordnance, we help fit them with prosthetics. So I mentioned the vicious circle before, where to have a prosthetic, you need income, which needs a job, which needs the prosthetic. So part of our corporate engagement program is we do the other way around. So we provide a prosthetic to the user. They will go and work for one of our CSR partners, large corporations. We're doing this with the coffee house in Vietnam right now. The CSR partner will pay us for the prosthetic. And so the benefit here is the user, of course, they get a prosthetic and employment. The CSR partner, they get a new, more loyal worker with improved retention and fantastic PR. And Vulcan, of course, we get to sell a product and we get a user who's going to have a relationship with us for the next 40 years. So it's quite, we do very much believe in long-term change and impact. This is also something where we believe that this should be a matter of pride. You cannot change people's minds or how they see themselves if you're just going to offer them the cheapest possible product. It has to be something that looks good, feels good, that makes them feel proud about themselves. And so unlike every other prosthetic in the market, our branding is also much more positive. If you look at other companies, it's mostly, we can fix you, you poor thing. Our one is, we can upgrade you. Anyone who's seen Marvel or the Winter Soldier will get where we're coming from. Traction so far, we launched in October, and in the first month, we signed up 75% of the clinics in the country who are keen to start distributing. We have 20 users and we've had positive feedback from all of them, and they're all wearing customized arms. We've got 100+ amputees on the waiting list. We've had traction in all our sales channels. And we have our own in-house program called Uplift that fits free, raised $25,000 for that. Awards, we've won a few of them. They're very, very nice, but compared to actual traction and impact, move on. For partnerships, we work with a few educational institutions to help develop new modules and accessories for our users. The engineering students do that. Have 2 flagship brands in Vietnam, the Coffee House and BT Hunter, who are very well known, and they are in branding partnerships with us. In fact, BT Hunter shoes. For the team, there's myself and my co-founder, Ha, the business and strategy side, and I manage the tech team, and she does the ops, organization, sales, and marketing. Our CPO has 30. Our head of engineering and electronics engineer both have at least 3 years in the industry, and they're working with Qualcomm at the moment on
Hello, Raphael. I think we lost him right there, but we were at the
Oh, well,
amazing team.
that was fortunate. It ended just at the right moment. So I've completed now. That final slide was the thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and it's amazing team. I'm very inspired. You know, it looks like the Iron Man. You know, the all the inspiration of Star Wars, platformization of augmenting your physicality as a mean of self-expression. Very, very inspiring indeed. So, questions, keep them coming. We've already got Alex hard at work answering a ton of questions, 4 to be exact. So please do send over, and we will ship.
Hear what people want to know.
Exactly, and for those on YouTube and Facebook, feel free to do the same. And then we have Dr. Ifat, who is already here with us, from Community Innovation Hub, Sehat Kahani. We might need to rename yourself from Jeffrey Cha. And while you're doing that and getting ready, third team is, and he helped startup that aims to democratize access to quality and affordable healthcare using cost-effective, actually, ICT-enabled solutions through a network of qualified home-based female doctors based out of Pakistan, and here to solve the problem, not just for Pakistan, but eventually one day for the rest of the world. So, Ifat, doctor, are you ready?
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I'm very, very excited about this. Let me just
Awesome.
share my screen. Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. And full screen, please.
Yes. So the name of the company is Sehat Kahani, powered by Community Innovation Hub. And Sehat Kahani essentially means story of health in Urdu. And there are 2 problems that we are trying to focus. See, I belong to a country, Pakistan, with a population of 200 million plus people. Out of this 200 million, 100 million do not have access to basic quality healthcare. And while there are multiple reasons for it, one of the 2 leading problems that Pakistan has is the case of missing doctors. Around 12% of the doctors leave Pakistan for better opportunities globally, while for the remaining doctors, 60% of them are females, out of which only 23% practice and the rest don't because of a lot of social and cultural reasons. This results in a doctor-patient ratio of 1 doctor for 1,700 patients. But while there are challenges, there are also opportunities. Telemedicine has been on the rise globally, estimated to be around a $38 billion market right now globally, and expected to expand and grow and become a $175 billion market in the next 5 years. They seem to show some opportunity.
Doctor, we'd love to see the rest of your beautiful slide. So it's not progressing, if you don't mind.
I did.
Oh, okay. So on the Zoom, it's stuck, but.
Are you seeing it change now?
No, not yet.
Let me reshare. Wait, let me just.
Awesome. And thank you, the community, for giving us a heads up. Everybody really want to see your slide, so they're super excited.
So can you see the problem slide?
We can see it now. Let's give it another try.
Yeah. So is it changing now? Awesome. So when I talk about opportunity, I talked about the global opportunity. But if I talk about Pakistan specifically, while 100 million people don't have access to quality healthcare, interestingly, around 85 million people have a smartphone and active internet. And this number is on the rise. So Sehat Kahani essentially aims to democratize healthcare by connecting patients in need with online doctors using telemedicine. And how do we do it? We essentially do it through 2 basic verticals. So for the low-income communities or marginalized areas where people might not have access to smartphones, especially if I talk about women, we partner with nurse-led clinics and upgrade them into a telemedicine e-health center, essentially a brick and mortar clinic where you can walk in, seek facilitation by a nurse intermediary sitting there who can help you connect with online doctors. While for the urban market, for people like you and me, we have a mobile application. That application works in two ways. For the mass market, people can go onto the Play Store, download the app, and access a doctor. And as well as for the corporate market, where we partner with leading corporations, enabling them to be able to provide this service for their employees, essentially a B2B selling point that we have. The benefits at both the verticals we are able to provide is access to a panel of not only general physicians but also specialists, availability of electronic medical records, as well as a verified e-prescription and provision of value-added services. So if I talk about the e-health clinical vertical, women in the community get access to once a week ultrasound facility, once a week lab collection facility, nebulization, drips, injectables, all of that as a part of the value-added service. While for the mobile app, people get access to at home pharmacy delivery as well as at home diagnostic ordering through our partner organizations. With Impact Collective, we are very strong on the sustainable development goals. And these are the 5 goals that Sehat Kahani primarily works on, which is the SDG 3, SDG 5, 8, 10, and 17 precisely. This is a patient journey of how a patient walks into a clinic. A patient will walk into a clinic, get a consultation with an online doctor facilitated by a nurse. The doctor will take her history, write a prescription, which the nurse can just print it out and hand it over to the patient. In case of emergencies or critical care issues, patients can also be referred to a tertiary care hospital or access our 24/7 medical helpline. And this is the journey for a mobile app. You go onto the Play Store, you download it, you can search the doctor by your specialty, by your symptom, as well as by clicking online only. And I like to call it the Uber for doctor model, that you go in, you find which doctor is online and get consultation. You pay through your various payment options, debit, credit cards. You'd get your consultation then done. Not only do you get your prescription as a notification in the app as well as an email, but you can also rate the doctor. If you were a corporate employee, the payment mechanism bit is excluded because then your employer is paying on behalf of you. The business model is very simple. We charge somewhere between $1 to $50 at the various verticals that we have. At the clinic, it's somewhere between $1 to $3, while for the corporate, people can subscribe to packages based on specialities, mental health ailments, and so on. We have a network of 1,500 Pakistan Medical and Dental Council verified doctors, predominantly female doctors, but now we also have a few male doctors for specialties such as urology, gastroenterology, sexology, and so on, where men might not be very comfortable in seeking consultation with the female. We started off in early 2017. Until date, we have 27 e-health clinics. We just opened 3 more, so we are standing at 30 e-health clinics now. Collectively, through these clinics, we have successfully conducted 200,000 online consultations. We launched our mobile application in late December 2019, and we got a huge boom, particularly during COVID, where now we have 43 corporations using our service. We have around 140,000 downloads for our retail app, and we have conducted 100,000 plus consultations collectively. And this is just a rough breakdown of the various ailments which were seen through this. As you can see, again, majority of this were women. And now coming to the new normal. During COVID, not only were we able to impact a large number of lives, provide them consultation, screen them for COVID, refer the critical ones to the tertiary care hospitals, and for the others who were not critical, we were following them during their home quarantine. But we also got the opportunity to collaborate with a lot of organizations, which included the government, which included the network of Pakistani doctors based in the diaspora, which included endorsement by the Pakistan Medical and Dental Council, as well as British Asian Trust, to be able to create and provide healthcare services during the COVID pandemic. As I mentioned, we conducted around 65,000 active consultations during COVID. Around 3,500 of these were COVID suspects, and a certain number were positive. This is just a rough breakdown of the various areas within Pakistan from which these consultations took place. This is a rough sketch of all of the partners who we have worked with, either right now or in the past. In the next 18 months, we envision to be able to impact 400,000 lives by creating or scaling our 30 e-health centers to 48 e-health centers. Through our mobile application, we want to impact at least 1.8 million lives by creating a network of around 80 corporations, 10 B2B2C expansion partners, and by engaging 5,000 doctors. This is me. This is my co-founder and CEO, Dr. Sara. And this is our advisory board where we have people from both the legal, business development, tech industry. This is our impact income statement. In the last fiscal year, we created a gross revenue of around $262,000 and a net net, obviously, around $69. By 2023, we want to create a gross revenue of 7.2 million and a net of 2 million US dollars. These are the various recognitions, awards, and documentaries that have been done on Sehat Kahani since the inception. And these are our various funding partners since the beginning. Right now, we are in the process of raising our pre-Series A funding of 1 million US dollars at a pre-money valuation of 4 million US dollars. We have attained $600,000 of this investment. The lead investor in this round is Islamic Development Bank, and we are remaining to fill the remaining $400,000, for which we are in conversation with a few investors. But this is what we are looking forward to with Impact Collective as well. And as I mentioned, this is the use of funds that we envision to see in the next 18 months. And as you rightly mentioned, our long-term vision is to be able to impact 25 million lives, not only in Pakistan, but also globally. And we envision to become a success story overall in the South Asian market, in the telemedicine arena. And we want to scale into similar countries with similar healthcare issues, with similar patriarchal issues where women are not working to their full potential. A few examples would include Nepal, Saudi Arabia, Bangladesh, and also integrate AI and machine learning to be able to really enhance the overall patient journey, patient experience, and be able to add the preventive care element into it. And this is about us. Thank you so much. And if there are any questions, please feel free to ask.
There will be, I'm sure. So thank you, Dr. Afat. It's trailblazing. I had seen the logo walls of all the partners and funding you've collected. You have really became a bit of a overnight celebrity of many years and a trailblazer in your community.
Thank you. Thank you.
So we are going, folks, to go back to my screen, and it's time for Q&A. So we are right on time, actually, very surprisingly. We've got 35 minutes for our amazing judges, and please fire away. So feel free to make some noise, raise your hand, and I'm going to stop the share.
Yeah, there are one question from Joe for Raphael. Joe, do you want to speak up?
Yes, please. Joe, go ahead.
Yes. Raphael, thank you for the great presentation. I'm just wondering, it's just a practicality of the matter, and this might concern some of the CSR companies. How do you plan to handle the users who, just might not be able to work after they receive their prosthetics? So, I mean, their situation might change, or they just might have a change of heart.
Well, it depends really on the user. They are all pretty unique, but if we don't actually have that as our only track, so you don't have to go out and get the job. Some corporate partners will prefer to just flat out donate their hand. And we do include a 12-month warranty in that, so they'll be taken care of for at least that long. And then we can work with any other organizations that are around to get sponsorship. Because the hand is designed to be it is modular, so it can be replaced piece by piece by piece. They can defray the expenses a bit more. That makes it slightly easier to help them get sustained if they need it. But most of our users, either they will be employed when they come to us, or they will go on to employment afterwards.
Did that answer your question, Joe?
Yeah, if not, I can go into a bit more detail. I'm quite happy to.
Yeah, good for me. Thanks.
Awesome. All right, judges, folks at UNDP, at UNSCAP, Uni, Sungyi, Shansung, Chris, Will.
Uni, go ahead.
Okay, well, this is question for Freedom One Life. Would you please elaborate a little bit more on your technological advantages over other, competitors in the market?
Scott, you want to take that?
Yep, no problem. So our main competitors, Promobile and Sunrise, who we've discussed during our presentation, one aspect of their product which we differentiate from considerably is the drive control system that they use. So there is two key players in the drive control market. They're separate companies, and they supply pretty much every single power chair manufacturer with drive control systems. So if you go to buy a chair from Promobile, it will likely have exactly the same control system as a Sunrise chair, as an Invacare chair, and they're all the same. They're designed to work with brushed motors and lead acid batteries. Those systems, they simply don't work with lithium batteries and with brushless motors. So what we've done is develop our own drive control system, which makes us completely unique on the market. Now, that gives us the basic functionality. However, what we've also included is a lot of added USPs in that system. So by developing our own electronics from scratch, we've been able to offer the customers, the users of the chair, the ability to configure drive control settings and save certain settings for environments that they would like to use the chair in. An example of that would be they can program the chair using very basic settings within the user interface to work well indoors. They could have a setting for outdoors if they're in urban environments, etc. They can make the chair faster or slower, make it turn quicker, etc. So they have full ability to customize that chair and give it a real personal touch. On top of that, one of the main parts of our chair really is the lithium battery, which we've touched on before. So it's completely custom to us. It's, as we've mentioned, the biggest battery in a power chair on the market. And as I mentioned in the presentation, used in conjunction with the brushless motors that we use, we managed to get a real world range of 40 kilometers. Now, that's something we always try to really emphasize, is that real world range, because most other power chairs, in fact, every other power chair for that matter, will tell you a range for the product. It'll say maybe 20 to 30 kilometers, but that's based on an ISO test where the chair is used on perfectly flat conditions. There's no hills, there's nothing. So once you use that chair in the real world setting, you don't get anywhere near those values. And we differentiate ourselves by saying you can get 40 kilometers real world range out of this chair, which from our customer discovery, we estimate that is around 1 week of use. So you charge your chair once per week, which is completely unique in our sector.
Thank you. And also you mentioned that the charging system is a bit different from the current other
Yes.
models, right? Can you also
Yeah.
give us some, the user stories, the real user stories of the,
Of course. So
So,
you want to get that, Alex?
so if you have any other chair, you need to carry a charger with you the size of like a big laptop computer. So anywhere you go, you have to have space in your bag for this huge charger. And with our chair, the charger is already inside the chair. So there's nothing to carry. It's just like a so this cable here is all you need to charge your chair. There's no charger for inputs. So we're the only company in the world to have this feature.
Thank you. Yeah, that is really, really unique, and it will be very, very convenient for the user side.
Yeah.
And any other questions?
Yes, I had one for Ifat. I was curious about the willingness to pay that you found between the customers who were of the lower income bracket. I mean, I don't think, the phone definitely would have been, I guess distance could have been a hurdle, but I guess price could be another hurdle. I just want to know how you overcame that, or were there other means for them to receive additional discounts for them to be able to access the services with a price?
Yeah, I think it's a great question. Thank you so much for asking. Whenever we go into a community, and that's why, the price ranges are very varying a lot. If I compare the clinical module to the application module, in the clinic, for a regular consultation, we charge 50 rupees, which is quite comparable to what a quack in that community charges, a person who's not a doctor but just sits in that community because they don't have any other option. So we have kept the prices very comparative to the community. Also, before we launch a clinic into any community, there's a certain needs assessment that we do of that area. This includes not only sound internet connectivity, a large population to ensure that the clinic becomes sustainable in a period of 12 to 18 months, but also the payability of that community. So we are always looking for a community which has at least a minimum household income of 10,000 to 15,000 rupees, so that a person is able to pay 50 rupees at least. That's what we do for the community model. If I talk about the mobile app model, the prices are very comparable, in fact, discounted to a regular hospital visit. We also provide subscription packages, which can be monthly, quarterly, or annual for the B2C market. So you could go there, select a package, download it, and be able to subscribe consultations on an unlimited number. But especially for the B2B vertical, which is the corporate version, we are able to provide access to unlimited consultations for an entire year once that company subscribes. And that's very cost effective. We essentially follow the unit economics, or the economy for scale model, or the insurance model essentially. We believe that not all of them will be consuming, but for example, if the entire corporation pays for it, we are able to break even there as well. So hope this answers the query.
Yes, thank you. That answers a lot of my inquiries. Just a very small side note is I'm assuming that in Pakistan there's no legal restrictions on doing telemedicine. I mean, I'm just asking because in markets like Korea, that's not possible.
Yeah. So generally, so with Sehat Kahani, you do get an online prescription. You get that prescription as a mobile app notification as well as the email. But unfortunately, how the legal structure works in Pakistan is it's not how it's supposed to be. But if I were to step down and go to a pharma and get Lexotanil, I could get it very easily. And that is what we are trying to change by creating proper digital documentation and data for the patients in terms of both prescriptions as well as their medical histories.
Awesome. Thank you for the answer, Dr. Ifat. Any questions from our live judging panel? We have some from YouTube and many others.
I have questions for Ifat. You probably mentioned, but I might have missed it. One is how happy people are, so satisfactions of users. Is the use of your product, is it mostly driven by community or is it individual motivation? And I want to understand the user comes in and how they comes in, and then how much they're happy with that, and how you measure that satisfaction.
Yeah. I think whenever you are taking a product out, this is so important that your customer actually is satisfied. So I'll talk about the clinical vertical or the e-health vertical. So in the communities, people don't have social media, they don't have Facebook. So the way that we reach out to people is through door-to-door marketing. We hire a community mobilizer from within that community. It's usually a young girl or a young woman who's enthusiastic, energetic, and active, who wants to work in the healthcare arena. Her role is to not only market the community, the clinical service. So she would go door to door, informing them that a clinic has opened up and you will come for the services. Now, when patients come in and they seek their consultation at Sehat Kahani, on a random basis, every fifth patient is taken their feedback by the nurse, that how did you find the services? Did you find the nurse to be active? Did you find the nurse to be cooperative? How did you find seeking consultation with a doctor who's online and not present in that clinic right away? Were they able to understand your queries? And we have always got a good rating. If I talk about the scoring, somewhere between 4.5 to 4.6 out of 5 is the usual feedback that we've gotten. Also, I think the beauty of running a clinic in the community is that you work so closely with them that you're also able to add a lot of elements with their feedback. So for example, in a lot of communities, we started off by only having general physicians, but then we realized that they also need a pediatrician and a gynecologist, or ultrasound is a facility which is very much needed by these women, but there's no ultrasound facility for a long duration or long travel distance. So we also started adding those elements, which has really enhanced the service. And I think follow-up rate is one thing which also tells you how your service is being taken. So in the clinic, this is how it works. If I talk about the mobile app, if you go onto the Play Store, there have been times where we've been the leading telemedicine company within the Asian market. We've been at number 2, number 3. The ratings, the average rating there is 4.3, 4.4 out of 5. And then we get a lot of feedback on the social media, on the app, and the doctor rating, which I talked about, that every person will be rating the doctor. So we actually find out how they found the service, how they found the respective doctors also. So this is how we get to know that.
Thank you.
Awesome. I think you just answered Dr. Ifat, Mohammed Malim's question that came from YouTube around perception of doctor rating system. So I think we're going to move on a little bit to a question from YouTube for Rafael at Vulcan, which is, how long is the life cycle of your consumer and how long is the life cycle of your product?
Hoping you can you see me? Oh, you can.
Yes.
Good, right. So the average life cycle of a product in the market, it depends whether you're looking at actual durability or warranty. So standard lifetime for a prosthetic right now is around 3 years, and warranty is around 12 months. With our first model, we estimate that our lifetime will be about 2 years. We hope to increase that to 4 years within the next, God, I keep using years, within the next 2 years. So by 2023, we want it to have a 4-year lifetime. We're expecting our users to be with us for about 40 years minimum. Amputation doesn't go away. And the way we design it, because they have all these extras and modules and accessories that are going to be affordable and work with their existing hand, when it comes time to change over, we are going to be the most logical and supportive choice for their next one. So we expect to be building lifetime relationships with basically all of our users.
Exciting, very exciting. All right, keep them coming, folks. Our live panel judges, Uni.
I have questions for Rafael. Vulcan. So I see that there are some, a lot of huge market chances that you are discovering right now. And can you give us some more, interesting statistics around your market, and also about the production side in the phase? How much is your production bandwidth at the moment, and what is the scalability strategy that you have?
Okay, so in terms of numbers, so as I mentioned, there's 38 million. So the WHO estimates that there are 40 million amputees total in developing nations. 95% unserved. So that's 38 million unserved. If you look at well, globally, amputation, according to statistics from developed countries, is about 0.6% of the population. So here in Vietnam, with 100 million people, that's at least 600,000. However, developing nations are not so good at collecting in statistics. They do have higher numbers, but it's really difficult to get a solid grip on them. So our personal guesstimate there is that you're talking at least 0.7 to 0.75%. That's the core numbers of people. If you look at causes of amputation, then at the moment there are something like 400 million people who have diabetes. 0.5% of them are going to need an amputation, and of those, about 20% are going to need another amputation within 5 years. So that's a rapidly growing area. Trying to think what other numbers might be relevant here. In the US, there are about 2.6 million amputees, and there are 31,000 units sold a year. So that's approximately 1 in 68 people will buy a new prosthetic in any given year. If you extend those numbers to the 38 million, then you are talking between 450 to 560,000 prosthetics per year that there is a reasonable need for, if you can meet that price point and create the right support systems. Anything else you'd like me to go into a bit more specifically in terms of the numbers? I mean, in terms of pricing as well. We're priced between 1,100 to 1,300. The nearest available substitute to us in the market right now is about 2,500. And it is basically uglier. It has a more complex and less robust and control system. And it's just not as good an option as what we offer. It's even, despite being nearly twice the price, it's half as functional, because our prosthetic offers a thumb adaptation, and this one is just a claw for $2,500. Like, there's no way that makes sense. So yeah, that's basically our numbers. When we expand to legs, we'll be looking at also doing something that's much more cost effective than what's currently in the market, because it's not really that hard. Just the existing companies have evolved for a developed ecosystem where they get a lot of support from insurance and Medicare.
Awesome. All right, and Will from the Ventures raised his hand.
Hi, I have a question for Freedom One Life. So I was wondering, like, if you could explain more about your distribution plan, because what I observed from online is that the distribution of the electronic wheelchair is much more like a car dealership model, that there is usually like one distributor that covers like a lot of the different models from different companies. And I wonder if you have any different distribution model, because I assume that affect your unit economics a lot.
Yeah, so Alex, do you want to take that?
Well, I was going to say, Albert.
Yeah, so the globe, you are right, clearly it is a distribution model. Typically, though, the distributors aren't necessarily huge. So maybe in each town or each city, you'll have a number of different distributors. They do stock models from different suppliers, that is true. However, one of the learnings that we had from Reha Care and from other customer discovery work we did was that everyone identified sort of a niche in the market where our chair fits. And effectively, it's the difference. One of the fundamental differences between the Series 5 and other chairs is it's real fun to use, and everybody has a smile on their face in a way that you just don't get with other chairs. And it's, I guess you've got to be there to see it clearly, but it was an amazing thing to see all of the people who came by the booth and tried the chair and were just joyful. And so, and that included the distributors who tried it out as well. Our intention is, though, to help differentiate ourselves from other competitors within the distributors, is to build an online community of people and to use that to help build our audience, so that they will then be able to go to their local dealership in whichever city they live in and purchase our chair in that way.
Awesome. Great answers. Anyone else? There you go, Nick. Go ahead.
Got a couple of questions. First one's for Alex. There's the old adage, you're only as good as your last game. And you guys did really well on the leaderboard. I think you got first. I wanted to ask you what your best feedback was that you got from the community. That's my first question.
This feedback was a lot of people said to us how they can see this actually changing people's lives. But they can see how somebody who's currently limited by their chair can have a much different life thanks to us and could start every day to do a little bit more than they do now because the chair is so much more reliable. And quite a few people said that they can see that possibility with our product.
Fantastic. I want to ask a question to Scott and Albert from your team. I think one of the hardest things with starting a company is timing key hires. And it was really clear that you're helping sort of bring this to market formidably. What motivated you both to join the company, to join Alex's mission?
I'll go first there.
Yeah.
Honestly, it was an inspiring business. I mean, when I first interviewed for Freedom One Life and met Alex and really heard about the mission that he'd set out on to go and bring about, to disrupt and revolutionize the mobility sector, it was something that it really hit home that not enough was being done in that sector to improve people's lives, things that everybody else really takes for granted. A lot of people, they live an anxious life revolving around the reliability of their chair, which isn't acceptable. So that was a big motivator. The second thing was, I've always wanted to design products that would impact people's lives in the medical sector specifically. So from a personal career point of view, this ticked a lot of boxes because I'm getting to put products on the market that have a really positive impact on people's lives, which from a personal point of view is a great thing to do as well. Albert?
Yeah, thanks, Scott. Yeah, so in my case, I've worked my entire career in the life science and med tech sector. And one of the reasons I trained as an accountant actually at university, but one of the main reasons that I chose the career I did was that I was kind of similar to Scott, but driven by the fact that the products that our company sold made a difference to the life of the people who used those products. I ran orthopedics for Stryker, for example, and attended operating theatre sessions and saw the difference that the product could make to people's lives. So when I came out of my corporate career and I started to mentor founders who were looking to start businesses within the sector, I met Alex through an organization called BioCity, who run accelerators to support founders. And I met Alex through that. And I was really inspired because he was doing something within a market segment that had largely been ignored and bypassed with technology. And the innovations that he was making, to be honest, I was surprised they hadn't already been done. But the fact is, when you then examined the market, you realized they hadn't. And it was addressing a real need and a real problem. And that, for me, together obviously with Alex's dynamic personality and charm, was the reason that I wanted to support Alex and have done so for the last sort of 4 years.
For the answers to your questions, it makes a lot of sense to hear it from that perspective. I'd like to also thank you for helping share the journey the last few months as your RA. I have to let the broader group know that I think you hear the old adage that hardware can be hard, but I think when you go into the detail of what you've done to get through some of the strenuous stages, like explaining just with ease how you break down the design from manufacturing, how you're testing all the components, it certainly makes it appear very achievable, and I wish you guys all the best.
Thank you.
Yes, I can see
Thanks.
the extreme bromance there and great chemistry. So keep it up, guys. Love the team spirit. Further questions? Nick and
I'll put one
Sang
more
Yi.
out. I promise you
Go
this
ahead.
is from someone that I've been speaking with. But Raphael, I met you a couple of years ago, and I'd have to say that from that conversation that I had, it was clear that you know your customer, you know your product, you know your business model really well. What would be the most recent challenge that you've had that's forced you to consider your assumptions, and what did you do?
Probably our interactions with some of the clinics. So as we launched and got into the market in the last month or so, we have had an overwhelmingly positive response from all of the clinics and B2B partners with, we have one exception, and that guy happens to be the brother of our CPO. So we think there might be a bit of sibling rivalry there. But just talking to the clinics about how they do business, we've learned that they are nowhere near as proactive in marketing as they could be, and they don't have any sort of systemization for that. So what we've realized is, as part of our business strategy or sales strategy, we are going to have to help them to a certain extent to have their own sort of mini events to bring in older users and to reactivate cold leads. So I think, yeah, the clinics, they're not super determined to push out as much product as they can. In some cases, they're a bit more laissez-faire and just wait for people to come to them, fairly passive. So that's one of the bigger assumptions that we've had to deal with. And to deal with that, we've essentially found ways to make it easier for them to be more active in reactivating these leads. We're building a CRM system that will make it easier for them to manage existing users and reactivate old ones. And kind of, we're doing the same thing for them that we did for us when we sort of reached out to them. We held business conferences, we held demo days, we showed them the product, we explained the sort of the warranty and the sales system and all of that. And they were super enthusiastic and they loved it and they all signed up. So now we're finding an easy way for them to do that, to reach out to all their existing users who they couldn't serve before. So I guess that's probably been one of the biggest assumptions that was challenged and that we had to find another way around. We were assuming that clinics were more organized than they actually are. So as it stands, we'll have to provide the organization, but we're quite happy to do that because then we have sort of the data network and all the information and the relationship with the users.
Amazing. I think Sang Yi, you had a question?
Yes, I just mindful of time. I just like try to kind of wrap up with the common question for all the teams. And when our team designed this stage, we were most excited about it actually, because we have a really amazing startup, but out of 20, like 4 to 5 are actually building product to bring the accessibility. And then, and then these are the people and population we never actually had a chance to know. So you guys are really leading the systemic change and also educating ourselves. So we learned so much through you guys, and thank you so much for that. Based on that statement, like I just wanted to know, like, what's the systemic change that you guys are looking for in near future or 5-year time that you want to see in our society through your work?
Okay, can I go first? It sounds a bit crazy though.
Go for it.
All right, so right now, if you have an accident and you lose a limb, you wake up in hospital, you look down and a piece of you is missing, and that's just mind-blowing. Your life is destroyed in that second. You have no idea what to think. How am I gonna go back to school? How am I gonna work? How am I gonna take care of my family? How's my family gonna see me? How am I gonna find anyone to love or start a family? Like, your whole life is gone. And it takes months to get back on track. So what we want is a world where you wake up, you look down, and your first thought is, oh, damn, I'm gonna have to take like 2 whole weeks from work to sort this out. That is the level of confidence our technology should give us. You should wake up, see that like a big part of you is missing, and just know that it's going to be okay. Like, we got this. So that's kind of one change. The other change is I'd like basically for people to start looking at those who are using technology The same way that we look at the Winter Soldier, the same way that we look at War Machine, the same way we look at Elita. These are people who are really close to technology. These are people who should be pioneers in that field. If you've got someone who's reliant on that high tech, like 24 hours a day, they should be the ones pushing this forward, and they should be the ones that people are approaching to develop this new technology with, and they're the ones that should be showing us what is possible. So that's Vulcan's mad vision for the future.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'll go next. So something I often say is that people are disabled by the environment around them. So if the environment allows them to do everything they want to do, then I don't think they're really disabled anymore. So our vision is to create products and services to literally remove disability and make it that somebody with a disability can do everything they want to do. So there's not really anything left to think about. There's not anything left to be disabled, to have not accessible to you. So our big vision is that truly inclusive life where anything you want to do is it's like anybody else. You don't have to think about what your product get you there or what it works. It just does, and you can focus on the things you want to do rather than what you can do.
Thank you, Alex.
Someone, we've got 2 minutes for a few last questions. Folks at YouTube, we are still taking questions there.
To answer.
Yes, and IFAT, exactly.
Yeah, I think that the big long-term vision is, and I'll just share a bit of a personal incident. So when I was a child, we used to reside in Saudi Arabia. And unfortunately, my mother had a long-standing addiction, and she struggled with it for her entire life. And I think these are things, or mental health, or access to a doctor, were things which were not easily available at that time. So, especially if you talk about mental health or if you talk about addiction, people tend to hide and not be able to seek the right health care. So, my vision is that the Sehat Kahani application is available in everyone's smartphone. So, they don't have to wait or hide if they have to go to a doctor. They can just access a doctor no matter where they are, whether they're in an office, whether they're in a home. They don't need to depend on anyone, they don't need to tell anyone, but they can access healthcare no matter where they are. So I think that's my vision, that globally, anyone, anywhere should be able to access healthcare in just 3 clicks. Yeah.
Awesome. All inspiring visions. If I had more money, I'd invest in you all, like on the spot. And we have somebody from the chat. No more cues from YouTube. We've got a Jeffrey Char. I hope it's a real Jeffrey Char. Excellent pitches. As a start off, IC Demo Day. Well done, team. So I think we are at the hour break. I mean, this could go on for the whole day. And I think we are slowly being really enamored and in love with all 3 projects. So I think I'd love to thank you all, folks. Obviously, early birds, you are the guinea pig of the cohort. First up, Alex, Scott and Albert, all the way from Scotland, from Freedom One Life, Vulcan Augmetics with Raphael, and Dr. Ifat Zafar with Community Innovation Hub, Sehat Kahani. Big hands to them. You can do jazz hands, you can snap your fingers, round of virtual applause. And don't go anywhere, folks. So we're only going to take a short 5-minute break. We're going to come back for more intense round of pitches. We've got 7 more teams to go. 8, actually.
I
Yes.
have one suggestion. Why
Go
don't
ahead.
we have a virtual clapping time?
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
turn
we
on
can.
the mic, everybody,
do that?
and just let's give big applause to the teams who presented.
Can the staff force everybody to unmute?
Great.
So this was the first theme of the day. Everybody just like you know that we have 6 major themes: inclusive health and quality of life. And next up we will have circular economy and the future of waste management. So leave your Zoom on, don't go anywhere. A 5-minute break. We will be back by in 4 minutes now. All right, see you soon. Hi, folks. Welcome back. So I hope you can hear me. And without further ado, we're going to get started right here and now. And here you go. Ta-ta. I've been asked to show this video, so let's hit the countdowns. Oopsie. All right. That went well. Awesome. So I think we are at the start of the mark of the hour, and we're going to get started. Without further ado, we've got an amazing lineup, and folks are zooming in, YouTubing in. Welcome once again to the Impact Collective Demo Day. We have the second batch, stage 2, circular economy in the future, waste management. I'm very excited to introduce the following 4 teams: Planet Protector Packaging, DamoGo, SEADS, and Makropa. And without further ado, I know the woman of the hour. There's Shannon and Joanne from Planet Protector Packaging already here with us. So are you ready, Joanne?
We are, Aim, yes.
Awesome, awesome. So folks, just to kind of quick recap of the pitches, it's a 7 to 10 minute pitch. We will have all 3 teams or 4 in this stage pitch, and we'll have a 35-minute Q&A at the end, and then we'll get off to a quick snack or lunch break, 15 minutes, depending on where you are based. So if everything is ready, Joanne, take it away.
Thanks, Aim. I'll share my screen.
Yes. And let's hit full screen, and we are ready to rock and roll.
Lovely. Right. Who would have thought that the humble sheep would be a secret weapon to defending our planet? My name is Joanne Howarth. I'm the founder and CEO of Planet Protector Packaging. I'm thrilled to be here today to share with you my story. Planet Protector is in a race to eliminate polystyrene. We're in a race to become the market leader in sustainable thermal packaging that does not harm the planet. Polystyrene is a disaster for the planet. 8 million metric tons of plastic end up in the ocean annually. The Ellen MacArthur Foundation predicts that by 2050, there'll be more plastic in the ocean than fish. More plastic than fish? It is estimated that polystyrene takes 500 plus years to break down, if in fact it ever does. And a shocking 42% of plastic in the ocean emanates from the packaging industry. Our solution is wool. Wool is disruptive. It is made primarily from sheep waste wool and is a sustainable alternative to polystyrene for shipping temperature-sensitive food and pharmaceuticals. Wool is undisputedly the best natural insulator on the planet. We wanted to leverage the thermal properties of wool. Essentially, we're borrowing from nature. What we've done is use a waste stream to create an ingenious product to replace polystyrene. Just as the sheep use wool to keep warm in winter, we have leveraged the thermal properties of wool to keep goods temperature stable in transit. Our solution, Wool Pack, has many features which make it the leader of the pack. All materials fit within the circular economy. Our product offers superior thermal performance as against all other competitors in the market. It's biodegradable, compostable, renewable, and it provides cushioning in transit. Woolpack is compliant with food safety and pharmaceutical standards, as well as being airline approved. It's flat packed on arrival, saves storage and reduces transport costs. No more shipping air. So who uses Woolpack? We operate in the food, seafood and pharmaceutical sectors. These are the three largest users of polystyrene. Our food protector gives our clients the ability to distribute their products to new markets in faraway places. Our seafood protector is water resistant, leak proof and thermally superior to reduce spoilage. And Pharma Protector, never at a time where safe delivery of vaccines has been more important, our solution can be customised to give 120 hours of cold chain. You see, polystyrene is an $18 billion global market. We currently operate across Australia and New Zealand only. This together represents a meagre 1.3% of the total global market. Asia is right on our doorstep. It represents a massive 43% of the total addressable global market. Smithers Pura report that almost 75% of new product launches in the retail sector between now and 2023 will be in Indonesia, China and India. These market statistics further reinforce our strategic decision to establish operations in Southeast Asia. So why Southeast Asia? 90%, a massive 90% of plastic polluting our oceans comes from just 10 rivers, and 8 of these rivers are located in Asia. It is imperative, if we're to achieve our mission and accelerate our impact, we need to expand to Southeast Asia now. It's no longer enough to recycle. We need to stop consumption of these materials if we're going to achieve the plastic targets by 2025. Our actions over the next 10 years will determine the state of the ocean for the next 10,000 years. It is with this in mind that we have established a pilot program in Mongolia in collaboration with UNIDO to engage local sheep cooperatives and wool processors to produce our liners. We have done this with an aim to establish a manufacturing base there which can service the Southeast Asian market. It will provide local jobs and income in the areas we serve. Importantly, we're focused on ensuring that our business is well defended. We have 4 patents pending and a strong vision for more well-developed supply chain with all partners working exclusively with us. We have process power that took many years to perfect, and we now have strong brand awareness and an established market with loyal customers and many multi-year supply agreements. We're proud of the strong and supportive relationships we've cultivated with governments, and we are active participants in all industry bodies. We invested heavily in R&D and new product innovation. Our lobster protector that you see here on the left has just won the Packaging Innovation Design Award for Australia. Lobsters in Australia are a $10 million market segment. And this is really this is really just a drop in the ocean to what is the potential globally. Vaccine, our new vaccine protector is the most exciting innovation. It's recently been patented and it can deliver temperatures as low as the -70 degrees for the transport of the COVID vaccine to rural areas and out to areas without cold chain infrastructure. For such a small team, I'm really incredibly proud of our impact to date. We've generated $15 million of new revenues since inception. That's across 3.5 years. We have 350 customers across Australia and New Zealand. We've removed almost 6.7 million polystyrene boxes from supply chains, diverted 3,000 tonnes of waste wool away from landfill. We've given it a new life and a commercial value. And we've generated close to $5 million of new revenue for sheep farmers. Despite COVID, we are on track to deliver a 50% increase in Australian sales for the 12 months ended December. This is in line with our growth trajectory. We are poised to scale. We plan to raise $5 million of smart capital early in the new year. These funds will be used for new product development, accelerating and funding sales growth, and establishing a state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Asia with capacity to service the entire Asian market. We have been well recognised for our disruptive innovation. I am proud to be the first ever Australian laureate in the prestigious Cartier Women's Initiative. And I'm even more proud of Planet Protector's recent win, where we took our top prize in the inaugural 2020 Ocean Impact Pitch Fest from more than 200 businesses across 38 countries. And that's just this year. There's no limit to what we'll achieve in 2021. We've been fortunate to appoint to our advisory board two very valuable and distinguished persons. Professor Pierre Pienaar is the president of the World Packaging Organization. Whenever the going gets tough, Pierre is there on the sidelines to remind me that we are at just 1% of what he believes will be our potential.
Yes.
Dr. Garth Carnaby is a renowned wool physicist with over 40 years experience in working with natural textiles.
Exactly.
We have great diversity and experience at Team Planet Protector. And importantly, we all share the vision. We're all on this journey together.
Thank you.
We're looking for long-term impact investors with strategic expertise in our space. If this is you, we would welcome the opportunity to speak with you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for allowing me to share with you today my vision for a polystyrene-free world.
Amazing, Joanne. Thank you so much for the masterful presentation and slides. I think we're going to leave some of the hooks and interesting tidbits for the Q&A, and then just this is the teaser for a very long conversation at the end. So keep the questions coming, folks. And if you'd like to see more of the team's stats in action, Marta has dropped the link on Zoom, impactcollective.moem.co. Check that out. And DamoGo with Lynn from Indonesia, South Korea, an all-in-one mobile app where anyone can purchase and rescue perfectly good unsold food from restaurants and retailers. Are you ready, Lynn?
I am.
Awesome. So without further ado, share your screen and take it away.
Sure. So have you ever wondered what happens to the untouched, unsold food at closing time at restaurants, bakeries, and grocery stores? How about the weird or ugly looking fruit and vegetables from farms? Unfortunately, it all goes to waste and gets thrown away. My name is Lin Huang, and I'm co-founder and CEO of DamoGo. The fact is that 1/3 of all the food produced in this world goes to waste. We don't touch it, we don't eat it. The value of this wasted food every single year is over $2.5 trillion every single year around the world. Now, also a lot of this food waste ends up in landfills where it rots and it creates methane gas, which is a really harmful greenhouse gas. If food waste were a country, it would be the 3rd largest emitter of greenhouse gases in the world, behind US and China. Indonesia is the 4th largest country in the world and number 2 in the world when it comes to food waste. There's enough good food thrown away to feed over 70 million people every single day. And the food waste problem is only going to get worse as the country's middle class grows, they're going to demand more food, demand more options, and there's going to be a lot more waste. Currently, Indonesians are throwing away over $10 billion worth of food every single year. A lot of this comes from restaurants, bakeries, and grocery stores who are forced to throw away untouched food at the end of the day because they made too much of it and they couldn't sell it all. But also at farms in Indonesia, 30 to 40% of every single agriculture harvest either goes unharvested or it gets thrown away just because it looks weird, even though there's nothing wrong with them and they're still perfectly good to eat. All this is perfectly good food that can be sold on our app and be brought back into the market. So we created an all-in-one mobile app to solve the problem of unsold food for any food business, for both B2B and B2C. So we help restaurants, bakeries, grocery stores, farms, and food manufacturers sell their unsold food and get more revenue, get more customers, and help them reduce their food waste and their food waste costs. For our app users, just like people like yourselves, you get around 50% off delicious same-day food. So what we do is we help the local farmers sell their unsold or weird-looking fruit and vegetables to our more than 3,000 restaurant partners. And then in turn, we help our restaurant partners sell any unsold food directly on our app to our app customers. And also in addition, our app customers can purchase ugly fruit and vegetables directly from the farms. And everything in this chain is highly discounted, so it's a huge win-win for everyone involved. For our business models, anything purchased from farms for both B2B and B2C, we put between a 20 to 40% profit margin on. And anything purchased on our app from restaurants, we keep 20% of every purchase. So basically we have 3 interconnected business models. So we're currently a 3-in-1 mobile app and the first app to offer interconnected B2B and B2C solutions for food waste. Our aim is to be an all-in-one super app to give any food that shouldn't be wasted a second chance. We'll also be adding a new P2P feature soon where we'll allow any person from households to share untouched food with your neighbors for free. This is all free and it's going to be a really big user acquisition tool for us. But we also have plans to monetize it in the future as well. We actually started our operations for our app last year in Korea and we completely pivoted to Indonesia earlier this year where we actually found an opportunity with COVID where farms had a glut and a surplus of fruit and vegetables and we started selling those directly to our restaurant partners at a discount and getting more revenue for the farmers. So we currently have more than 3,000 restaurant partners across more than 80 brands, including a pilot test with the country's largest convenience store chain, Indomart. They have over 18,000 outlets all across Indonesia. We're also part of a few government startup portfolios that give us access to B2G projects. And we've recently become an official app of Yogyakarta City, where our office is based. We're able to get off to a pretty good start with partnerships because of Makropa and Fars's really strong network connections here in Indonesia. So we pilot tested for 3 months from May to July this year in Indonesia, and we launched in August. We have more than 150 farmers we're partnered with, more than 3,000 restaurants, and we acquired close to 8,000 users since our pilot test at only 16 cents a user acquisition cost. Our first month revenue in August was $2,900. Our last month was over 38,000. And it was a growth of over 13x in 4 months. And we expect continued fast growth, especially due to our growing B2B business. Now, it's been a short time, but we've made some significant impact. We increased, on average, the farmers' revenue and income by over 4 times. We also rescued and saved more than 43,000 kilograms of food from going to waste. And that directly prevented more than 34,000 kilograms of CO2 from being released into the atmosphere, as well as saving 22 million liters of water from going to waste. In addition to all this, we were also able to get 25,000 portions of food from food businesses and companies diverted from waste and landfills, and we got it donated to those in need. And it's only been a few months, but we expect to make even more massive impact over the next couple of years. So our aim is to save over 100,000 meals a day within the next 2 years, and which will directly lead to more than 2.8 million kilograms of CO2 emissions being saved from going to the atmosphere, as well as saving more than 8 billion liters of water from going to waste. In addition, we expect to increase our restaurant partners' earnings by net earnings by over 25%. We see this. We firmly believe we can achieve these numbers. So I have over 14 years of experience in all levels of the food industry as an entrepreneur in food processing, food distribution, import, export, and I also operated and exclusively imported an American restaurant franchise called the Halal Guys to Korea. My co-founder Faras is from Indonesia. He lived in Korea for 7 years where I met him, and he moved back to Indonesia earlier this year to kick off our pilot test and our operations. And it's because of his really strong network, we're able to get off to a very fast start. We also have pretty good advisors. We have Hilmi and Reza, who are senior level executives at BKPN. BKPN is the primary interface between business and government in Indonesia. They've given us some really good context to help us expand. We also have Umar Hadi, who is the Indonesian ambassador to Korea. He's also given us a lot of good context. And also we have Axel Salim, who's executive director of Seadling Group, one of the largest conglomerates in Indonesia. And he's a personal friend and mentor to my co-founder Faras. And it's because of him, we were able to get a pilot test with Indomart, which is under their group, the big convenience store chain. Finally, we have Aku, who is the ex-COO Rescue Club. Rescue Club is the third biggest app of our kind that is similar to our B2C. They're one of the first ones to launch about 5 or 6 years ago. And he's given us really good advice because he's done for 5 years what we're doing now on the B2C side. So he's pointing us in the right direction on that end. So we're currently raising our seed round of $350,000. Much of this will go to immediate hires that we need. We need a lot more developers and people in operations, managers that have a lot of experience in supply chain and logistics and warehousing. And this will help us meet the demand because right now we cannot meet all the demand that we have right now because of a shortage of hires. This will also get us to $1.5 million of revenue by August of next year. We plan on making a lot of profits, but obviously we also plan on making a lot of impact. So I hope everyone can join us in our profitable and impactful journey. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Lynn. DamoGo right there, making an impact. This is a model we often see, but rarely do we see it actually in action and working and scaling. So very, very proud of you. It's an honor to have you in the program.
Thank you.
Now, SEADS with Mauro from the United Kingdom, who's transforming river plastics into wealth, is here, and it must be very late.
No, I'm going to present for SEADS.
Okay, Fabio, that would be great too. So, what time is it over there?
It's nearly 4 a.m.
Geez. Okay, all right. We won't keep you up anymore, or maybe you slept early and got up to get to work early.
I think I'm gonna sleep another day, I think.
Awesome. Right. Without further ado, please share your screen and take it away.
All right. Okay, can you see it right? Yes, okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm the CEO and co-founder of SEADS. It's a startup that developed solution for stopping plastic waste in rivers and generate value from the material collected, and in this way fight ocean plastic pollution. With our project, we are in line with the 5 SDGs. And I'm sure that you all heard at least once the sentence, every minute the equivalent of 1 truck of plastic is entering in the sea. And unfortunately, this quantity is expected to quadruple by 2050. Changing behavior, improving the waste management is actually the real long-term answer to this problem. However, this result, this data forecast actually tell us that we don't have time. Scientific studies identified that the 80% of the plastic that enters in our ocean actually comes from river. And that is why we developed a solution for stopping plastic in river before they reach the ocean. Scientific studies tell us also that the waste we see on the river is only a small part of the waste that is transported by the flow. The majority is distributed around the 50 centimeters of depth. That's why we developed barriers that are able to stop plastic up to 90 centimeters below the river level and in floating condition. At this depth, the forces applied to the barriers are actually very relevant. And this is the reason we adopted an internal steel structure that makes the barrier very resistant. We designed the barrier modular in order to make them very adaptable, easy to be installed, and to be transported and to be produced. Compared to our competitors, our barriers have no impact on the river navigation, and the normal condition, flow condition, like we reach nearly the 100% of collection effectiveness of the floating plastic. And in floating condition, we can reach the 90%, 92% of effectiveness. Because the design of our barrier, so modular, we have various advantages, and one of those is being able to produce locally, and in this way, like improving the value that we offer to the local communities. We currently identify 7 direct competitors in the market, or better, like projects that have the same objective of our project. But like some of them are not just competitors, but also they are potential customers actually. And with some of them, we already been starting discussion in order to become one. Our approach for this distinguish our project has been aiming to as simple as possible solution and very effective in order to maximize the scalability. Compared to the other competitors, we offer a solution to stop the plastic up to 90 centimeters. So like it maximizes the effectiveness of the barrier. And it is actually more affordable compared to the other solution. And it is suitable for river that of any width, from 20 meters to kilometers of width of the river, because it's modular and can be applied in every situation. We don't want just to stop the plastic in the river, but we want to create value out of the waste that we collect. We need to solve the problem of waste management, but also we want to create a revenue stream both for the client and for us. The plastic that actually higher quality, so like the hard plastic, can be selected and sold to the local market. The other plastic that is considered low quality can be transformed via pyrolysis into oil, or it can also be used in order to manufacture construction material. We're going to collect also a lot of organic waste, especially wood, and that can be transformed and sold as wood chips, or can be transformed into energy via gasification, for example. We want to implement long-term and scalable solution. And for doing so, the solution needs to be environmentally sustainable, but also socially and economically sustainable. Making the plastic collection from river profitable allows not just to decrease ocean plastic pollution, but also creating local jobs and protecting human health. This project started during a study I've done in Jakarta. The amount of plastic that is visible in rivers there, it's actually sad. And people still use daily the water of these rivers, and they eat fish coming from these rivers. On the other side, waste pickers live on the street and live out of the sale of the plastic collected. With our approach, we have the chance to solve both situations and clean the rivers and give more decent jobs to the waste pickers, for example. A profitable approach will be a win-win approach for both the local communities, the clients, and our startup. Scientific studies identified 4,000 rivers affected by plastic pollution, and considering an average of 3 installations per river, we estimate the addressable market being of 3.9 billion. We forecast in 3 years a revenue coming from the sale of our buyers around 3.3 to 4.4 millions, and a recurrent revenue coming from the maintenance, commission of the pyrolysis plant, oil sold, and energy produced, revenue between 2.8 and 3.4 millions, and which means a net profit around 3 to 4 millions.
Awesome.
We are developing 2 projects, one in Italy and one in Indonesia, and we are discussing quite a few internationally. During the last month, we have been also working to increase our team. In addition to myself, I'm expert in waste management and sustainability. My associate Mauro is expert in marketing, communication, and strategy, and Paolo, which is a new member, he is a serial entrepreneur and joined us as a financial director, and we are identifying a business development director with more than 10 years experience in the international environment.
And that is the team.
Thank you very much.
Exactly, Fabio. Thank you so much for SEADS and for staying up with us till 4 a.m., giving us the master run through of the project. So keep the questions coming, folks, and we will have our Q&A pretty soon. But last but not least, Makropa and Christian, based in Hungary and also Indonesia. It seems that everybody's a big fan of Indonesia. That's how to build a unicorn these days in Asia Pacific. I'd wish to be there myself. So Makropa is producing construction grade concrete from any mixed solid waste, including sea plastic. So a lot of collaborations going on around here within the cohort of Impact Collective. So Christian, are you ready to share your screen?
Yes, good morning, everyone. I start screen sharing.
Yes, thank you.
1 second.
And just do a quick reminder, our pitches are 7 to 10 minutes. So keep it short and snappy, and we'll have a ton of time for Q&A.
Yeah. For that. Okay. So, okay, right? So, good morning, everyone. This is Chris, and we are Masuko. Masuko is an additive to make the first eco-friendly concrete. The goal of this project is to build the distribution channels for Masuko in the 15 or so countries in the region and build a manufacturing plant. Why do we need this? As population grows, cities grow, governments develop new roads and buildings like it, and they do it in a sustainable way. When we build, we need more and more materials to work with. Masuko targets the largest segment, public infrastructure development. Make a concrete additive that helps remove up to 100% of the gravel, a key component of concrete mixing, and replace it with usually plastic to build roads and buildings. So we can't tell governments to stop mining, right? Our real choice is if they will use gravel mines or the waste in their own backyard. As an example, Indonesia is planning to build 500 kilometers of toll roads every single year for the next decade. Instead of damaging nature, we could use solid waste to build those roads. Welcome to the world of Masuko. On the left side, you can see a real Masuko highway project in Europe, the first recyclable highway ever built. Masuko could reverse the waste problem. It is possible that a country would not have enough waste for all the demands it wants to complete. That would be fun, right? With Masuko, waste becomes complete and it becomes reusable. Our impact grows over time. If we build a road from Masuko today, we could reuse that same material to build the new roads decades later. The implementation is easy. Our end users already have the tools to use our product. They just replace some materials in their processes. The samples on the image above, on the right side, are made of glass, polystyrene, nylon bags, computer cases, car tires, and even ocean waste. Did you know that Arabic countries, the ones built on sand, are actually importing sand because they cannot use their own for concrete mixing? We already have the first desert sand block samples ready in Europe. Did you know that only about 8% of waste is currently recycled? But wait, we can work with the rest, even agricultural waste. We use the waste types that causes the biggest problem for local governments. They are different for Bali, for Jakarta, for Singapore or Seoul. Governments tell us what types they have, and we show them what they can build from it. Masuko is patented, environmentally safe, lab tested, field tested, and industry tested. We will create the regional headquarters with your investment. We have a strong international team you can rely on, and we are currently searching for our national champions to represent us in every country in Asia. The key person certainly is Dr. Bush from Hungary. Our vision is to give waste a new purpose. The key market is government to government, since governments manage waste and they build the roads. We sell the additive and we build as they usually do. A Japanese company that met during the impact called Fefifo to develop real products like bricks and laying concrete just now. Masuko is about science, not beliefs and trends. It is already proven and validated, hence it can be repeated anywhere. We only have to copy the best practices from Europe. This case study shows the impact on a small country, Hungary. Masuko is about to sign a global contract with a road construction company working in 40 countries. They already invested around 200,000 euro in testing in 2020 because they see what they get from it. Last year, they sold 2 million cubic meters of road-based concrete. They will convert % of that to next year, which covers about 40 kilometers of highway. And this 160,000 tons of solid waste becomes a profit for our clients and an exclusive. Again, this is for 10% of the existing road market for a business they already have. The factory would produce about 2.4 million kilograms of a lot of plastic. It is so much that it would fill up to 80 trucks full of waste. This is now about 160 kilometers of highway or train tracks. While doing this, our company would owe $1 million US profit. At full capacity, we are talking about an impact on millions of days every year. Did it change? No. Equity investors or grants to launch. First, we have to repeat some lab tests that we did in Europe already for local authorities, like that. Second, we identify the markets that are fastest to react and work with us and set the distribution code. When we have to build sample or final projects here, we can import Masuko powder from Europe and work with it, make instant revenue. Third, after we sign enough contracts in the region, we build a manufacturing plant. For investors, our joint venture company shall be in Singapore and Masuko as yellow. Masuko Asia will set up national distribution companies as fully owned subsidiary in every country in the region. We are inviting investors into Masuko Asian, the regional management company. We create a world where waste becomes useful raw material again and again. Help us make it happen. Become one of our national champions. Thank you very much.
Awesome. That was Masuko by Makropa and Chris presenting. I don't know what time it is or where you're based, but sounds pretty.
I'm in Bali.
Oh, and in Bali. Okay.
It's close to you.
That's doesn't count. All right, you're in the region.
As you said, Indonesia is the center of the world at the moment.
I can see that, and don't make me envy of you being in Bali. Now, folks, we've got a little bit over 34 minutes for Q&A. We are surprisingly on time. So, live judges, please fire away, and questions, keep them coming on the Q&A and YouTube and on the Zoom chat. Without further ado.
Thank you for the presentation, everybody. And I have a question for Planet Protector Packaging. So I remember that your company is a bit of a mature startup. So can you give us some more, backgrounds of your company that, when you started and what stage are you in right now? And also, if you can share a bit of the current business growth, please share some of the status and the updates if you have, and also about the capacity of the production side. If you can elaborate how much is your current bandwidth and how you can scale up for the further distribution, things like that, then it will be really helpful for us to decide.
Wow, that's a lot of questions.
Sorry.
Yes. So let's start. The business was established in 2016. So in 2016, we partnered with one leading meal kit here in Australia. And because the product was so new and innovative, they wanted to be considered the market leader. And we agreed that they could have exclusivity for the first year, which was wonderful in a way because they supported us by virtue of the fact that it was going out to so many households. They were doing a lot of marketing for us. At the end of 1 year, then we needed to open the market. So effectively, we've really only been open for everybody in the market since 2017. So in 2017, we were approached by a very large client over in New Zealand, and we partnered with them. We tried initially to do the production from here in Sydney and to export it. That proved too problematic. So presently, we've got an operation in Australia that services all of the Australian operation. We've got another operation in New Zealand, and we've been conducting this pilot program with Mongolia and with Unido for the last 12 months with a view to establishing an operation there that will support our expansion into Asia. We still have plenty of capacity to grow in Australia and New Zealand. One of the areas in Australia that's been difficult for us to service is Tasmania at the base of Australia. Because of the Bass Strait in between, it's very cost prohibitive with transport. And we've put in a grant application to help us establish an operation in Tasmania as well. So Tasmania is like Australia's food headquarters for beautiful dairy foods, cherries, berries, meat, a lot of things. And we've already established a great demand for our product down there, but the cost of servicing that market is more than the value of the product. On Friday, this last week, we learned that our grant has been approved. So we're very excited for that. And in the new year, we'll be expanding into Tasmania. So I think in terms of capacity, the facility that we build in Southeast Asia is going to be a full operation that handles final stage assembly and everything. And, we've got no issues in terms of our capacity. Does that answer all those questions?
Yeah, most of the questions actually. But one thing visit like the business growth that you have for the recent times.
Yes.
And also, as a follow-up, I'm wondering the valuation of your current round as well.
Okay, so we are just in the process of getting investment ready. Despite the fact that we're nearly 4 years old, we've bootstrapped and done it all ourselves to this point. We definitely need to raise capital. We're at that point that to realise our vision, and we've put together our model and we're building that at the moment, and it will be complete by Christmas. We're looking to raise in the order of $5 million US. We're definitely headed Indonesia and possibly Vietnam as well. We've been doing lots of work in that space. In terms of our, I said in our pitch, we've generated revenues of close to 15 million already in the 4 years. It's interesting, I was looking at our figures just this morning. In the last 12 months, it ended this December, we're on track to grow by 50% in Australia. So that's very gratifying. It's like, that's an indication we're expecting once we, we have the revenue that will help us to accelerate sales growth. We have a big growth trajectory, and I think, we will definitely take off. In New Zealand, our income or our revenue has been stable over the last 12 months. Whilst COVID has presented us with wonderful opportunities, and not the least of which is 3 weeks ago, we patented our new COVID protector solution. So that's really a game changer. It utilises less ice, it performs for rural communities and everything. So there's a lot of discussions happening around about that. So COVID has been, in one way, a wonderful opportunity, but it's been very challenging for us too, because we've got a big business in New Zealand and we haven't been able to go there for 1 year. So that's very challenging, yeah. So I'm sure that once we get back there early in the new year, we'll start to kick a few goals there and kick on.
Thank you. Thank you.
Great, and congrats in advance on the grant application. The best kind of funding.
Oh yeah, it was a big win for us. It was real good. Thank you.
Awesome. So folks, keep the questions coming. Go ahead.
As a follow-up with the patent thing, is the patent specifically for the COVID packaging, or is it beyond that? And how competitive it is to compare to your competitors?
Okay, so I am aware of a couple of other companies that are using wool in packaging. I'm not aware that anybody has any patents. We've developed, our solution is very much more a sophisticated solution to the extent that we work with our clients to really understand their supply chain. And like everybody has different challenges, whether it's a wet environment, they need a leak-proof design for airlines, all these different things. Lots of clients need more structural integrity. So we develop industry-specific solutions, as we've done, for example, with the lobster solution. So lobsters travel live, they're transported live. 90% of Australia's lobsters are exported to China, and they travel in polystyrene boxes. And there's huge issues around the mortality because they sweat and lose weight in transit and everything. Our solution is 100% plastic free, and we've significantly reduced the mortality of the lobsters. So that's for an example. And so because there's different component materials involved in that, we have patented that solution specific for shipping live crustaceans. So we've done that, and like live crustaceans need to be stored and transported at between 8 and 12 degrees. They don't want to be too cold, whereas the COVID vaccine needs to be stored at -70. So there's variables within our solution that we modify to deliver the fit for purpose application. And they're the solutions that are patented.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah.
I have a quick question for Lynn, DamoGo. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, I just wonder about your competitive landscape. Who is your competitor? And what's your core competitiveness of your company?
Sure. So right now we're a 3-in-1 app, and we're adding a 4th P2P feature, which neighbors can share free food with each other, or untouched food. We have competitors. There's no one that does what we're doing in an all-in-one app. We have competitors, for example, on the B2C side, where apps help restaurants sell their unsold food. So we have the biggest ones are in Europe, like Too Good To Go and Karma. And also on the B2B side, where we're working with farms, there's some companies, some startups like in the States doing this as well, but only that B2B side. Whereas there's no one that's doing it all in one and connecting all. And that's what we're doing. And although the B2B side, our tech is not ready, we're implementing that now, but our tech is ready for the B2C side. So once our tech is ready in about 2-3 months, it'll literally be interconnected in one place on one app. And everyone can see everything, can share data and collect that as well. So there's no one that's doing that together.
Yeah, a little bit of addition as well in Indonesia landscape. We do have like similar competitors, but in regional level, where what they do is only the B2C level sites. So some like splurge out in like mostly different city in Indonesia, and some others as well. Total, there are like 2 B2C similar competitors like us. And for the B2B sites, there is one, the biggest one in Indonesia, like named Tani Hub. So they are right now in Series A. So those are the competitive landscapes of similar companies like us in Indonesia.
And this is my co-founder, Faras.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Nene.
Thank you. Who's next?
Oh, hello. I have a question.
Go ahead, Amy.
So, hi everyone. I have a question for DamoGo, for Lynn and Faris. So hi guys. What would be the what is your particular reason to pivot from the Korean market to Indonesian market? I know that you've explained it already in your pitch deck, but still it would be great to hear more elaborated explanation. And also in line with that, how do you find both markets different from each other? You know, what are the commonalities you find, or so that you could better strategize your growth plan in Indonesia? So and one more question would be to Fabio from SEADS. Do you face any issues regarding regulations when building your sea barrier? So that'll be my question for now. Thank you.
Okay, so to answer your first question, why we pivoted. So we operated in Korea for about 6 months. And what we didn't realize was that we thought we had no direct, we thought we only had one direct competitor that does something similar to what we're doing. And as some of you know, Korea has a ton of different food apps, Well, there's discount apps, delivery apps, and it's highly, highly competitive in the food app scene here in Korea. So what we did realize that every single one of these, after operating, we realized that they're direct competitors because we're all competing to get partners with the restaurants and grocery stores and the food retailers. And because of that, and a lot of the apps charge high fees, when we started approaching some of these restaurant partners, the initial reaction was, oh my God, another app to take our money. So it was very difficult to overcome that initial barrier. And then we got to explain our services, and then they realize, oh, this is different. This is something we get extra revenue on, something we throw away. So even after that, you know, the managers or the part-time workers, when we do partner with them in Korea, now there's 10, 15 different kind of apps they're using at the restaurants. And we're brand new, no brand name, and we're at the bottom. So it was very difficult, you know, we had to remind them, constantly remind them. Whereas in Indonesia, there's much less food apps. Competitive landscape is much less in Indonesia as far as food apps. And it's still of huge value to the restaurant owners. When we approach them and we talked about our what we do, they immediately do want to partner with us because it gives them more revenue. So that's why we were able to get more than 3,000 partners in probably 4 months. We don't have a problem onboarding partners. Now, so that's what our focus is now, onboarding users. So that's why I completely pivoted, as well as Indonesia is a much bigger market. We said, hey, let's start in Korea, gain traction, raise money, scale it, and then enter Indonesia. That was our initial plan. But then raising money, most of it's going to go to marketing to make ourselves stand out in Korea. That money is much more well spent in Indonesia, where it'll go much longer. And to get a small piece of the Korean market is not that big, whereas a small piece of Indonesia is huge. So that was one of the reasons why we completely pivoted earlier this year in January. And to answer your second question was again.
Yeah, it was just you know, do you, like, how different do you find between you know, I'm trying to like I'm trying to think of a way to like rephrase my question. So is there a lot of difference like do you find between the two markets? Like your like strategy, like your approach is of course like in of course taking into like different cultural differences and stuff. Of course there is definitely a difference, but then you know like I'm sure there must be some kind of like common thing you find, or you know like some common challenge, or just yeah in general.
Yeah, I think like to answer that, what I find in the field is when see like the operational, like the sales team of DamoGo like trying to onboard stores in Korea. Some stores in Korea in their purchasing or PPIC level, they already have, you know, one company or two companies that already, you know, that already organize everything for purchasing orders. Say if they have like, you know, 5 or 6 SKUs items that being ordered, you know, by the day after tomorrow, there are already a lot of companies like that.
This is on the B2B side.
Yeah, in the B2B sides, However, when it comes to Indonesia, there is none, or even like if there is any, like it will be in regional level. So say we'll see off the record, you know, some of the 4 stars and 5 stars hotel in Indonesia, they need to manage all the way to 15 to 20 suppliers, you know, every day, and which is like really troublesome for them for you know, for only different range of ingredients. So that's what we make it easier for for our clients as well in Indonesia, and those are the reasons why our 3,000 number of merchants that already committed to be with us range from mom and pop shops, you know, restaurants, cafes, all the way to hotels.
Yeah, and then what you're talking about on the B2B side is on our app, the tech we're implementing now, where all our restaurant partners can see everything transparently, all ingredients, supplies, and they can just order from us easily and quickly.
Awesome. Any questions from live judges? We've got some from YouTube chats.
Well, maybe like the rest of the question was for me. Like maybe I can answer.
Yes.
Yes, please. Thank you.
So the question was regarding the regulation. So we have been working in Indonesia and in Italy, And regulation, of course, like different depending the country and depending the region. But regarding the technology and the technical side, we never had any issue. The regulation are linked to the impact on the river flow, and with the barrier, actually, we have a little impact. The other concern is regarding condition impact during flooding condition. But also in this case, the barriers are provided by opening system. So in a critical condition, the barriers open automatically and leave the flow free. The other issue, especially in highly bureaucracy systems like in Italy, is that the regulation that makes things a little bit more complicated is regarding waste management, actually. So we are currently collecting waste from rivers is something actually new. So the regulation, there is a kind of gap of regulation there, and we are actually working, and things are actually getting better. So the local administration, public administration are filling this gap. So there will be like a very soon like a full regulation that will allow us like in not having any more of this problem.
Awesome.
Thank you.
And I think we had a few hands up. We do. Oh, Nick, go ahead.
Thanks, Aim. To Joanne, nice to meet you. Really interesting technology, business model pitch, well explained, bootstrap today. I'm sure if you could extend your talents to politics, you could be helping our crustaceans get through those ports in China. That's not my question though.
Yeah, I'd like to.
As an Australian living in Singapore, I see a lot of Australian companies do well domestically. There's a need to expand internationally, and many times they trade sideways as they expand their wings, have to learn about different ways of doing business. Can you talk a little bit more about your expansion plan? Will you be hiring in market? Do you see a member of the team coming overseas? Like, how do you see yourself succeeding as you have to expand further?
Yes, Nick, this plan has been on our agenda for the last 12 months. So we've done quite a detailed feasibility analysis. So certainly once we raise capital, we're able to recruit. We're very under-resourced. We're a very small team here in Australia, and we have 10 in our admin, like R&D, sustainability, sales. Everybody sort of still does everything. And so raising money will enable us to develop the team, and our couple of our foundation employees that have been here with us right since the beginning, they are the representatives that will go to Singapore to set the operation up there. So we've done it through the collective. It's been a wonderful experience, and we've been very active participants, and we've learned so much, and AIM's been fantastic and brokered introductions. So it's really been a great learning exercise, and we've established that we're going to headquarter ourselves in Asia. We are looking at the production in Mongolia, but with these two key members that are on the team, we'll be able to establish the base there. And we have already connected with some big distributors. And so it will be a distributor-led model that sees our expansion. And they have presence in multiple countries, and we'll be able to service them hopefully out of Mongolia. So that's the plan.
Fantastic. Thanks so much for that. Look forward to hearing.
Thanks, Nick. Thank you.
Yep, and Jimin has a question. Go ahead.
Hi, Joanne. I have a question for you. Can you hear me?
I can, yes.
So it looks like your business concept is very interesting. But for the growth of your business, it looks like getting the supply of the sheep wool is very critical to your business growth. Is there a specific reason why Planet Protector Packaging has good sourcings to these sheep wool? Is my first question. How can you make sure that you have that supply of sheep wool? And two, It also kind of looks like the entry barrier is a little bit low for this business. So if a similar player, say, shows up and they get the supply of sheep wool and does the exact same business, what would be your differentiation point for your business? How would you, what would be the biggest difference between that newcomer and you guys?
Okay, so firstly, the first question, thanks, Jiren. The first question around the supply of sheep. Mongolia, for instance, has 14 million sheep. So wool, so the wool we use in our product is the waste wool. It comes from the underbelly of the sheep. It's coarse wool. So when I started on this journey, I knew nothing about wool. I just knew that it was white and that it was on sheep. So it was a very, very steep learning curve around all the different types of the different breeds of sheep, the different microns, the fibers and everything. And so this sort of answers your second question as well, because the barriers to entry, it took us 2 years to establish a strong supply chain. So it's not just so easy. It's not something that you could replicate and buy on Alibaba. There's a huge amount of science around our solution. We have a head of pharmaceutical who runs all of our in-house testing. So we have temperature testing, environmental testing chambers where we simulate the supply chain and we put the product under stress to, like we don't want our clients to be paying for a solution that's got more wool in it than what they need. So yeah, it's not really, and that's probably the reason that we haven't grown faster than we have, albeit that, we're happy with our progress, but we're educating people who've used polystyrene for 60 years. And there's a lot in the marketing. It's a lot that's going to be understood in the sales process. For 60 years, polystyrene has been the go-to. People grab it and they put the fish inside. So it's a very much more involved process. And I really think that there's a lot more involved. Certainly, we've got the patent protection. There's no shortage of wool whatsoever. Every pitch or every single time we have Q&A, that's one of the first questions that people ask, is there enough wool in the world? And when you consider the amount and the number of sheep there are, and sheep are shorn once a year, and that shearing will yield between 1 and 3 kilos of wool each time. And increasingly, sheep are being bred for their meat, a lot of times in the Middle East and things like that. And so their whole fleece is secondary. And so that's exactly the type of coarse waste wool that we would use. So we've got absolutely no concerns about availability of biomass.
Yeah, and I think maybe I'll just add that it is because we're recovering a waste product. It did take us a long time to, to get the supply chain. This was normally left on the cutting room floor and put into waste. So we needed to establish relationships with cooperatives and various, things over a long period of time to make sure that that wool is actually recovered. So it's not something that you can just kind of walk up to a sheep cooperative necessarily and get the exact kind that we need to perform this way. And I think that is what sets us apart from a lot of other competitors we've seen out of Europe, is that we are so able to engineer our product in a ton of different directions, whether it be for temperature, whether it be for size, length of time. We have that bit of it very down pat, and it makes us a lot more price competitive than the other ones because we can give solutions that just gives exactly what they need.
Awesome. And I
Thank
think
you so much.
Thank you, Jim. And Charlotte, you've got a question.
Yes, I had a question for Chris from Makropa. Regarding one of the key components of your product is obviously incorporating waste into the concrete, right, in order to promote recycling practices. So you mentioned that you were currently having a pilot project in Indonesia. Would you be able to explain a bit more about how you've been sourcing the waste in order to create your concrete and to use this? So I know you've been saying also that you've been engaging with public sector to do this. So maybe talking a bit more about that would be great. Thank you.
So we have two directions. One of them is G2G, like government to government, and the other one is B2B. On the G2G side, the government already has, kind of resources. They may not select the output, but they have it, and they have the largest amount. So when I went from the street, I walked up to the door of the local Ministry of Waste, and I got into the head of the ministry in 5 minutes. And after 1.5 hours, the person here stood up and said, "Yeah, I'm happy to give you all the waste. We shred it for free. Just take it away somewhere." So that's one end. So the government side is mostly handled. They have the resources and the incentives to do that, actually. The other end, the partner in Jakarta, we were talking to them about road constructions with the government, and then they started to look around and find waste. So what they did is they just looked at what kind of they had. Turned out the small plastic, I don't know what it is, PPA, LDPA, it is an abbreviation. Anyway, they have this small plastic, and they cannot do anything with it. So they collect it from the market, but they do not do anything. They just shred it, probably. So right now they are testing the size of shredding, because that's important for us. So it has to be small enough to be compact to replace gravel. So actually, a lot of the waste is recycled in a way that's not true. So in the statistics, it shows up as recycled, but in reality, they take it to an incinerator plant, and they create an unusable end product in there with no energy. For example, car and IT plastics. To have a safe car and IT type of plastic, you have to put fire retardant additives into it. So when you burn your phone, it doesn't, blow up. And a car, same thing. And those plastics they can be burned, but they do not produce energy. So getting rid of it is not a true output. So when we can even use those. As I said in the presentation, we go to the governments, they tell us what they have problems with. In Bali, where we are staying, they have problems with coconut shells. I'm not sure that's a problem for Korea, right? This is the key thing. So we go through them and they tell us, we have huge tons of things. Also, an interesting direction would be to use the waste already stored in the dumps, in the landfills. We could use them, we could use mixed waste. It doesn't have to be sorted, it doesn't have to be selected. Well, it had to be cleanish, so no live animals and stuff like that in it. But other than that, it can be a mixed source, which is good. Many times we see that they have to spend a lot of money, like in Indonesia, 17,000 islands. What we do is we send the additive to them, and they can use the waste on the island to build the roads on the island. So we don't have to, ship the waste and spend money on it. That's roughly how it looks. Awesome. Everything else is a question of volumes.
Awesome. Thank you, Chris. Nick has a quick one, and we are 2 minutes to go.
2 minutes ago, quick one for you, Chris. If I had a cynical view about your customer, like whether it was a government or a business interest, what's the commercial attraction or incentive for them to incorporate your material?
The cost, start from the waste end. The cost of getting rid of waste can be anywhere between, I've read different articles, 30 to 100 euro per tons or cubic meters, one or the other. There is a number for that. To use what we do costs less. So it's a direct savings on the management, on the waste management end. So government would save millions of dollars just to get something out of it as waste. On the other end, they will save money on not having to spend money on, this is the key thing. So the three arms of government have to talk. One of them is waste management. The second one is the public construction. And the third one is the finance guys. So these three guys will start talking because we make them do that. And they realize that they save on every arm something. So that's their end. In the construction end, usually what we see is the companies on the companies end, it is a clear saving because they also the same thing. They get free raw materials from the government, even directly, or they can get free materials from other companies, like in case of Jakarta Danone, because Danone had to spend money to get rid of the waste, and they also want to decrease their costs.
Awesome.
And on the long run, obviously, recyclable material.
Gotcha. Awesome. Thank you, Chris. And if there is no more questions, that is all the time that we have. Is there any burning last question that needs to be asked live? Otherwise, going once, going twice. All right, we're gone. We're done. So YouTube questions, we've got them answered in the Zoom Q&A, and the team will be posting them for you. So don't feel bad. This session has been electric, had way more questions than we anticipated. And thank you everybody for showing up to come and present. And I know Fabio is looking pretty rough there, 5 a.m. We've got Shannon and Joanne, Planet Protector Packaging. We've got Lynn and his business partner at DamoGo. We've got SEADS, Fabio, and Christian at Masuko by Makropa. And that is the circular economy and the future waste management track. Next up, sustainable food and agriculture. It's a big deal. It's our next 4 teams. It's only 15 minutes away. I know everybody needs to grab a quick break. So we will be back. Don't shut down your Zoom. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in 15-ish. So until then, we'll see you soon.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
All right, folks, 3 minutes till the time we have a public service announcement and per the request of a one and only Charlotte at Wafuna, the partner, and also the UNDP, Partners of Impact Collective. So we have a special Citypreneurs Award will be given to about 2 to 3 impact makers out of 82 that's going to be supported by the UNDP and Wafuna, and this 2 to 3 prizes is worth $5,000. An invitation to international forum and events, publications to promote them, and the opportunity to be featured in UNDP sponsored impact showcase videos. So we're looking for, out of all of our participants, a team that has generated significant impact in 2020 and their alignment to the SDGs and the Impact Collective framework. We've grilled and trained and supported everybody to collect good data and really craft a strong story of how they are changing the world. So they will be updating their impact progress on the MOEM leaderboard, which is our internal platform where we run the entire show. And that will be by the 10th of December. And the Impact Committee will be using that information there as a reference to select the awards, and we'll be announcing by mid-December. So if you'd like to know more about how this all is going to go down, please feel free to check out the link there, Martha. And I've been told to do a second act on this countdown timer, and thank you, Charlotte. So let's try it again. Hang on there. Let me try that again.
We don't have to.
Awesome. I thought something was going to explode there, but no, we're not doing that again. Awesome. So that music is starting to grow on me. I'm not sure about y'all, but I need to find out who made this soundtrack. It could be the next soundtrack of my life. Now, folks, thank you so much for being back and for representing to support our 80+ impact makers on this 3-month journey, our inaugural cohort of the Impact Collective. For folks who are joining a little late, we are a Asia Pacific-wide, community-driven, crowd-driven impact investment and acceleration program. We've got hundreds of the best impact makers from across the world who are trying to do something in Asia Pacific apply. And of that, 82 companies remain in the program. We target 100 cohort, and this is our first one. So the only direction to go is bigger and better. And now we are in the demo day. 20 of the 80+ finalists. This is the finals of the finals are now in the last innings to really see if they will be able to convince the esteemed live judges here that are joining on the call, as well as folks that are joining on YouTube and our community of over 1,000 people that are actively talking, judging, promoting, asking questions about our impact makers. So the first two themes were very important to our lives: inclusive health and quality of life, no doubt about it, with COVID-19, needs no introduction, and circular economy and waste management, since things like ocean plastics have been considered in Asia Pacific, especially in Southeast Asia, as the hub for most of the world's ocean plastic. It is a big issue in the region. Now, Asia also is known as really the food basket, the hub of a destination of food for the world. But obviously the practices of agriculture and food production has much to be desired. So we have 4 amazing teams: iFarmer, Seadling, iFarm, and Fefifo. And then, by the way, iFarmer and iFarm are not related, maybe separated at birth. One went to Finland and one went to Bangladesh, but I need the backstory on that. These 4 amazing teams will be telling you their take on how to make sustainable agriculture and food, which is one of the biggest ways we can solve climate change, which is to change the way our food production system work and what their innovations are to solve some of these urgent pressing problems. So we are going to start with the one and only iFarmer. Farhad in Bangladesh is a technology company that enables small-scale farmers and agribusinesses to maximize their profit and hopefully also their impact. So, Farhad, are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Awesome. Without further ado, feel free to share your screen and I'll stop mine. And take it away.
All right, hopefully you can see my screen.
Yes, we can. Please full screen it and keep it snappy, 7 to 10 minutes.
Right. Hello, everyone. My name is Fahad. I am the co-founder and CEO of iFarmer. And iFarmer is an agri-tech company that offers access to finance, access to high-quality inputs, and access to markets for smallholder farmers. And we're on a mission to democratize agriculture financing and supply chain. There are about 500 million smallholder farmers globally, and as Amrit just said, most of them are actually in Asia Pacific, providing or producing food for the global economy. And yet these farmers face a critical challenge of access to finance. There's about, only considering Asia, Africa, and Latin America, there's an unmet demand of $240 billion for agriculture and farming. So the story of iFarmer started in 2015 when I met these couple, Dilip and Shikha, in a rural village in Bangladesh. And I was doing an impact assessment for an NGO, and they wanted to start a duck and a goat farm, but they did not have enough capital. And then they went to like a local loan shark and microfinance, and they felt that the interest rates were really high. I gave them the money out of sheer pity, and I never thought that I'll get my money back. It was more like a charity. But in 6 months' time, Dilip called me up and he said he wants to give my money back, and I got 150% return on my $300 that I gave to them. And that basically put the idea of iFarmer in my head. So for farmers like Dilip, in Bangladesh, 70% of agriculture financing comes from informal sources at an interest of 30 to 50%. And because of that, almost 80% of the smallholder farmers can't even buy high quality agriculture inputs. They can't even get proper advisory services because the government extension service, there's only one officer per 3,000 farmers. So they never even see the face of these extension offices throughout their lifetime. And eventually, when they have to sell their produce, they have to rely on multiple layers of middlemen, between 4 to 7 layers of middlemen to sell their produce to the market, which causes a loss of 50% on their potential revenue. So iFarmer basically aggregates all the critical services required for farming. inputs, finance, insurance, advisory services. And when the producers are ready, we aggregate all the produce and directly sell to buyers like central markets, super shops, online groceries, processors, and exporters, thus generating more revenue for the smallholder farmers. Now, for the financing part, we have an interesting model where we basically enable individuals and institutions to invest in our farm portfolios, which are also insured. Farmers get the fund to do their activities. And at the end of the harvest, when iFarmer aggregates and sells the produce to the buyers, the farm investors could earn up to 40% in annualized return, which is a massive deal for a lot of people, considering that they have to keep their money in the bank, which is the next best option, and get a 5% annual return. Now, working with smallholder farmers is always complex and challenging. And that's where we bring human agents, mobile phones, remote sensing, and IoT to ensure that we can assess farmers, we can track their farms, and we can monitor them. It takes about 5 to 7 minutes for a farmer to use our app to onboard themselves, or they can go to our partner input retailer shop or our field agents to onboard themselves into the iFarmer platform. Our farm investors can use our website or our investor app to basically choose the farm portfolio that they want to invest in and can invest within a couple of minutes. We're also integrating blockchain to ensure that farmers have a profile that can be verified. And the reason is, for ages, NGOs, governments, and private sector have put smallholder farmers in a large, big basket. And the label of that basket is basically smallholder farmers. But they're not a homogeneous group. They have their needs and wants are very different, and the services that they want needs to be highly customized. And that's where we get in with the blockchain technology that we're already launching with livestock farmers. And we became fourth in the 2020 World Blockchain Hackathon with with our livestock blockchain financing model. Now, since starting in December 2018, we have 7,000 farmers in our platform. We have financed $3 million in farm financing. Over the last 6 months, we have been earning a monthly revenue of $68,000, and our projected annual revenue for 2020 is $800,000. So starting in December 2018 with only 50 farmers and $17,000 in farm financing, we have come a long way with where now we have 7,000 farmers and we have financed $3 million. Even during COVID period from March till now, we have achieved 4x growth in terms of onboarding farmers and financing them, as well as on our revenue. We are in a clear pathway to achieve $50 million annual revenue by 2025. Currently, our main revenue sources are management fee from our farm funders, our commission on selling the final produce to buyers, and we also earn a commission from insurance companies. We work with some of the largest insurance companies in Bangladesh. We're also moving to more revenue sources like last mile delivery of high quality agriculture inputs. We are also going to B2C to supply fresh groceries directly to consumers. And we're also working with financial institutions to enable them to use our platform and data to be able to finance farmers. We're also hoping for market expansion in Myanmar, which was supposed to happen this year, but then COVID happened, of course. So we're hoping to get that done by next year. Now, we're in a country of 170 million people, and the country is roughly the size of New York City. So you can imagine the pressure on farmers to be able to produce food for these huge population. And the annual market size of the agriculture market is about $45 billion. And there are about 16.5 million farmers in the country, and 13.2 million farmers are unbanked and don't have access to formal credit. We aim to work with 500,000 farmers by 2025. This is Charubella Roy, a smallholder farmer who got financing through us, and she had an 800% increase in income than her previous years of farming, where she got the finance from a local loan shark and did not have the ability to get high quality inputs and advisory services. And this is a very, this is a story that I really love, and this kind of clarifies the impact focus that we have when it comes to gender equality, no poverty, and generating decent work and economic growth for the rural communities in Bangladesh and beyond. We are also working with global impact partners. We have been working with UNCDF, UNDP, Eco and Green, UNESCAPE, of course, Impact Collective as well, Google for Startups, who are helping us to be able to collect more data and understand our impact better and make our impact more sustainable for the long run. I know this space very well. I've worked almost 10 years in agriculture and financial inclusion with organizations like the World Bank, CARE, Swiss Contact, and Spring Accelerator. And my co-founder, whom I know for almost 15 years, he has a background in technology. And we are a team of about 26 people with a combined experience of agriculture, finance, and technology. We also have a global, more Asia-focused investor and advisory board as well. We have people who are in the banking industry. We have people coming from VCs, an ex-BRAC country manager, and the top legal advisor in the country in our board of advisors. Till date, we have raised $700,000 in VC and angel funding from Singapore, Dubai, and Indonesia, and we're hoping to raise $5 million by Q3 of 2021. And currently looking for networking and getting to know more investors to be able to raise that amount of money. So if you had a meal today, please thank a farmer. And if you want iFarmer to help more farmers, please get in touch with us. Thank you very much.
Awesome, Farhad. Amazing. And that was iFarmer with an ER. So without further ado, we're going to go straight to the next team, Seadling. That's Simon, based out of Malaysia. This is a seaweed biotech company based in Malaysia, whose mission is to unlock the ocean as a sustainable future food source while rebuilding ecosystems and empowering communities. I think the Koreans in this call will be hungry to learn all about seaweed, hopefully very edible, myself included. But that said, are you ready, Simon?
Yeah, hey, thanks, Sam. I am.
Awesome. All right. Feel free to share your screen and take it away. Please, by the way, keep it full screen, keep it short and sweet, and let's go.
Thank you very much, Em. So we're Seadling. We're a seaweed biotechnology company based in Malaysia. I don't think I need to describe to anyone here today the problems that our ocean is having. And it's gotten to the stage now where sustainable isn't good enough anymore. We need to create economic opportunities that not only can rebuild our ocean, our ecosystem, but also give opportunities to the people who rely on it for their life. Seaweed is perfect for this. It's a healthy food source, it regenerates ecosystems, it captures carbon, and also uplifts poor communities. This is a growth industry. It's growing rapidly. It's worth more than $6 billion a year. Traditionally, it's been for cosmetics, for Asian food, and now it's pushing into new markets, into biofuels, bioplastics, and particularly into animal feed supplements. And that's the exciting area where we're growing. This is what seaweed farming looks like in Asia right now. A farmer will take whatever seed he's got, plant it in the water, and then take that harvest, dry it, and export it. More than 80% is exported for China. What this means is inconsistent harvests for the farmers. There's disease problems. There might be 2 or 3 months of the year where nothing grows. And then this means inconsistent quality for the buyers and also untraceable origins. It's a very, very opaque industry. At Seadling, what we've done is become the first in the world to commercially produce Capophycus seaweed seedlings. We've got a seed bank of our proprietary varieties. We multiply it into seedlings, supply it to the farmers, and then give a guaranteed buyback and process it into high-value products. Our seedlings have got a distinct advantage over what the farmers currently use. We aim to double the production of a farm within a year. And this is because of the way we produce our seedlings, the process. they're not genetically modified. And also by having a hatchery, we can pivot between different varieties. So depending on the season, we can use the fastest growing seaweed variety. This means greater harvest for the farmers, which is greater income. And for us as producers, we get greater quality, guaranteed supply, full traceability, and better prices. In terms of impact, seaweed has got tremendous impact. We're one of the few industries right now that can affect SDG 14. Seaweed farming deacidifies the ocean, it captures carbon, and by working closely hand in hand with our communities, we can encourage them to be more responsible by stopping plastic trash, stopping fish bombing, and preserving mangrove and seagrass ecosystems. Seaweed farming also offers better livelihood opportunities for coastal communities and in particularly women, which is sorely lacking. We use our impact measurements to offer more value to our customers. We supply feed manufacturers, pet food manufacturers, aquaculture and animal feed manufacturers with our products, and then they can display our sustainability and our carbon negative credentials on their products. This helps them sell more, and it also locks us into their product cycle. We've just launched our first product, a fermented prebiotic pet feed additive. And we shipped our first order in last month. And we did this despite being in a lockdown, which was incredible. We managed to get special permission to, travel to the farms, to open up a factory that was closed. Like, the team worked so hard last month and we didn't sleep much. But we just drew a line in the sand and said that no matter what, we're going to get this first order out. So apologies to the Impact Collective community. I wasn't active very much last month, but we just had to do it. And we did it on time, and the customers ordered again, so that's a great success. We're opening up our first pilot manufacturing plant next month, which is super exciting, and we're already engaging with some of the larger pet feed manufacturers, such as Mars and Thai Union. The next on the line is our aquaculture functional additive, and we're really, really excited about this because this is going to be a huge area for seaweed. We're in discussion with Cargill, with Biomass, CP and Thai Union, and we'll be trialing this product next year and working with them on the trials. Our R&D is very, very active. We're working on hybrids for Capophycus seaweed. We'll be the first in the world to do that. We're developing genetic markers for variety identification. We're part of an international collaboration to measure the carbon capture rate of seaweed. So then later, once we have that data, we can offer blue carbon credits as part of our farms. And we're also developing Asparagopsis seaweed. This is recently shown to reduce cow methane emissions by 98%. This is going to be a $3 billion industry. And we've got a natural head start because of our hatchery systems and the ability to engage large numbers of farmers rapidly. About us, we are based in the beautiful island of Borneo in a city called Kota Kinabalu. I lease lab space from one of the local universities, which gives us great biotech facilities very, very cheaply. We've got a hatchery here as well and a farm within an hour away. We also regularly work with seaweed farming communities across the region. I've got a team of very motivated, extremely talented researchers with PhDs in food technology and masters in biotechnology. I myself first came part of seaweed more than 5 years ago. I was really successful in my previous business. It was my dream to sail around the world, and I ended up doing this for a number of years. And whilst on this journey, I just saw the collapse that's happening in marine ecosystems and just the lack of sustainable business options. So I set about to change that. I ended up living with a seaweed farming community for more than 2 years, and then embarked and hired a team of hotshot young researchers and a team of industry leading advisors to back us up. We're very culturally appropriate. One of my researchers ended up, growing up in a community very similar to the seaweed communities we work with now. I speak fluent Indonesian and Malay and have lived in Asia for more than 12 years. This is our company, is a parent company based in Singapore, which wholly owns a subsidiary in Malaysia. We have got a distinct competitive advantage versus other players in the seaweed animal feed market, in that we've got scientifically formulated, sophisticated feed products produced in a low-cost country. That makes us very unique. We're backed up by our seedling production IP, our variety IP, the formulation of our products, and also our branding. In terms of our financials, this is how our business model works. We supply the hatchery seeds to the farmers at market price, and in return, we ask for a 15% discount on the raw material buyback. We buy fresh seaweed rather than the dried seaweed because this gives us a greater nutritional content for us to make better quality products, and it means that the farmers don't need to dry it. We then turn this into high-value premium feed additives. With our feed additives, we've got a tremendous, we got a profit margin of 27% with our pilot at the moment, which is fantastic. And we expect to raise that up to 40% with our mid-scale manufacturing. We also produce a liquid fertilizer. The margins aren't as good on this due to the high cost of transporting liquid, but this still gives us a great revenue stream, and we consider it a byproduct, which is fantastic bonus.
That's all the time we have. In 3 words, Simon.
3 words. We're raising a seed equity round at the beginning of next year. We will get profitability within 15 months. And we'll be scaling through increasing the productivity of our facilities and then expanding through licensing and JVs around the region.
Awesome.
Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Simon. A lot to digest there. Seaweed empire and conquering the Asia Pacific. Now, without further ado, we're going to go straight into the relative of iFarmer or not. And please correct me, Kirill, hailing all the way from Finland. Are you right now in Helsinki or somewhere in the warehouse?
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Geez.
Yes, I'm in Helsinki.
What time is it there?
6:23.
Okay, well,
quite early.
Well, I got up at 6
so
to
everyone
to
is
set
still
up.
sleeping here.
I got up at 6 to set up this call, so I think we can all do it for a good cause. Now, iFarm is the universal data-driven technology company of growing plants on automated vertical farms, a different approach. And he's going to tell us, Kirill is going to tell us all about it. So
yes, thank you.
Take it away.
Thank you. Good morning and good day for Asia Pacific region. Okay, I'm Kirill from iFarm, and what am I trying to do? I'm trying to do a new way of growing food. So I'm trying to move food growing into the cities and into the places where people are living and eating, to avoid transportation, to avoid usage of pesticides, to save food, and to make it also sustainable. Because when food is growing locally and inside the cities and even indoor in our solution, it doesn't require any kind of agriculture land and save water, and actually save our planet. What I have now, first of all, my making software which allows you to grow food, which knows how farms are working and know how to grow it. And it works like, personal computers. When you open your browser and just go to internet, you doesn't need to know how it works. You just connect in and you see information. Same with our farms. You just put seeds on the place saying I want rucola, and then rucola start growing, or strawberry or whatever. So you don't need to know how to grow. You just need to know what you want to grow, what you want to eat. And then system will alarm you and say, hey, it's ready. You can come and harvest and eat it. And we are providing this software for people who has already own farms, but most of our customers doesn't have anything. So we know how to build a farm. So we know how to build it scalable. So we know how to build a big industrial farm or small one for kitchen or container, whatever. So we know also how to design and what kind of hardware components you need to build a farm. And then again, we supply software. And also my supplying these growing cartridges, seeds and fertilizers, because you just don't need to know what and from where to get seeds and what seeds will be growing a good way. We're also supplying it. So for our customers, we are just, like personal computer ready to work. So they can call us and we will deliver everything. And then you will grow food inside your place. Based on our system is iFarm Grow Tune is software system which is controlling everything, which has this ready-made recipes of growing inside, and also control everything what happens. And we know today already how to grow more than 120 different crops, and it can be leafy greens and herbs, berries, flowers, medical herbs, vegetables, or microgreens. So whatever, we even can grow wasabi inside our vertical farms. So it looks like this. So it's an example of big farm, real one, or like this, it's farm in supermarket, or it might be farm in a restaurant or cafe, or on kitchen. So I have different form factors, and everywhere you can just grow automatically food you like. And actually, our customers might be everyone, because everyone need to eat, but we're trying to concentrate on certain segments. So first of all, it's food processing and pharma companies who are growing a big amount of raw materials and producing different foods out of that. Then it's of course farmers and retail and HoReCa companies who are selling crops, who are selling food to consumers. And then it might be final consumers like corporate customers or householders. And of course, we are working a lot with universities here in Europe already. We are working with them and to get understanding how crops are growing and to get better growing recipes in our systems and to make it automatically for customers. So today we are growing very actively in Europe and in Middle East. We are building farms already. We launched already more than 1,000 square meters farms, and now on design and construction 11,000 square meters, and we have very, very big pipeline for next year. So we got more than 1,500 requests from 85 countries during the last 3 months, and we are trying to fulfill all requests. Of course, we cannot build 1,000 farms per year, but we will do maximum possible. And also, a lot of them comes also from Asia Pacific region, by the way. And there is other guys on the market who are trying to do the same, but I would say that we are better because we are more flexible. First of all, we are only one who is providing this kind of one button experience when you just need to know what you want to grow and push a button, and then system makes the rest. And also we are flexible by types of crops and by size of farm. So for example, this Alaska Life is doing only containers, Freight Farm is doing only containers, but we are doing different things. And our team is also very well balanced, and we have more than 80 people already in 6 countries, and our guys are everyone from exactly needed the places. So we have guys from agriculture, we have guys from software, we have guys from construction, we have guys from international business. And we have own laboratories to test crops and to make growing recipes available for everyone. And what we are doing is appears immediately, because our system is cloud-based system, and our growing recipes appears immediately for every one of our customers. And in our laboratories, we are testing very, very different things. And today we're already backed by angel investors, by founders, and also by 4 venture capitalist companies. And our next round will be in Q1 next year. And we will need more money to grow more actively. But before, we spent a lot of time and money to develop our technology. And also we have special plan for IPAC region. So I have planned to invest, and actually we are looking for investors to invest about 2 million euro into 2 years to our grow in region, and also some additional R&D in region. And actually it all will give us very good impact about food produced, agricultural land saved, water saved, reducing CO2, and also heat count in IPAC, which overall will give us very, very good environmental impact, because food will be produced locally, food will be produced sustainable way, and our planet will be better. And also we will have more food for ourselves, for everyone on this planet. This is shortly about us. I'm ready to take questions after that.
Awesome. Thank you. Right. Questions will come straight at the end. And that was Kirill from iFarm. So it's Kelvin and Chris up next from Fefifo. I hope I didn't mispronounce that too badly.
Fefifo.
Fefifo. Oh, there you go. And Fefifo. And they're based in Singapore, Malaysia, and they are pioneering digitized farming in ready-to-made farm for modern farm spaces, or co-farming for small holder farms in Southeast Asia. So without further ado, Chris, take it away.
Thank you. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Chris Fong, co-founder for Fefifo. Fefifo is a first of its kind ag-tech company with a vision to pioneer co-farming as a new world model to make sustainable, profitable smallholder farming commonplace. Now, why are we doing this? Because modernizing smallholder farmers and bringing up the efficacy and profitability of this whole demographic is key to feeding 8.5 billion people by 2030. 80% of the food Asia consumes is produced by smallholder farmers. 65% of these farmers will retire in the next 15 years, and traditional farming is not profitable enough to attract the younger generation. More importantly, there are no breakthroughs in ag-tech today or even over the horizon that can produce enough to replace smallholder farming entirely. If we do not fundamentally change how smallholder farming is done, we will face a food crisis. However, smallholders all face a common set of problems: high capex and limited knowledge of modern farming, lack of scale, and being squeezed by middlemen. Fefifo is pioneering digitalized, standardized farming in ready-to-farm modern farm spaces called co-farms in Southeast Asia. Smallholder farmers can start their farming businesses in our co-farms, like renting a pre-fitted office with managed farm services, raising themselves from subsistence farming to commercial farming that can sell to reliable, profitable contract buying arrangements, turning them into what we call agropreneurs. Fefifo's impact is aligned to SDG 8 for decent work, SDG 2 for zero hunger, and others, which I will talk about later. Fefifo's core product is our seed-to-sale digital platform, dubbed DDFN, which uses a model-led, data-driven approach to standardize farming procedures and digitalize farm management processes. Our digital crop models focuses on short-cycle food crops and defines everything about the growing, cost, and sales for each crop our agripreneur grow in our co-farms. These models then tell us if a crop is lucrative enough for our agripreneurs to grow. With a robust crop model behind every pre-curated crop, DDFN via our agripreneur mobile app turns their entire seed-to-sale into simple-to-use digital workflows. It ensures our agripreneurs set aside enough funds from harvest sales to start a new cycle and buy the right inputs in the right amounts. It helps them manage their operations and grow consistently with digital crop cycle management and operating procedures. It helps them also prevent fraud during harvest and account for sales and rejects, so they know how profitable they are from cycle to cycle. Fefifo has an innovative business model. We take down cheap, long-term agri-land leases. We build enclaves of co-farms around major cities in ASEAN. We recruit existing smallholder farmers or graduates from agri-tertiary institutes to take up ready crop plots of 1 to 2 acres for 3 to 5 years. Then as a network, we help our agripreneurs go to market for input purchases and harvest sales to leverage strength in numbers. Fefifo co-farms are equipped with greenhouses and widely used commercial crop systems like drip irrigation or hydroponic systems that do not depend on land arability. It also includes shared facilities like nurseries, packing centers, and accommodation for agripreneurs and their workers. When agripreneurs join us, they are kick-started with a pre-harvest financial support. They grow with digitalized processes on DDFN. and they sell their harvest to guaranteed off-takers. They are pre-established by Fefifo. Agripreneurs pay a monthly farm space as a service fee based on the type of farm space they lease, and they profit share with us 2 to 5 times a year, depending on cycle duration. Profit sharing is after agripreneurs set aside next cycle costs. As we make it our business to ensure agripreneurs grow consistently well, Fefifo's revenue streams are high quality, cash flow rich, and reliable. Agripreneurs can expect to take away 13,000 to 18,000 per annum in income for a minimum crop plot. That's about 1.5 times to 2 times a fresh agri-science graduate pay, or up to 10 times that of a traditional subsistence farmer. Through rental or profit sharing, we're able to provide landlords a range of 1,008 to 2,008 per acre yearly in income, which is comparable, for example, to them operating a palm plantation themselves. Finally, Fefifo's average per acre revenue of 18,000 per year allows us to triple or 5 times the capex value in revenue over a coal farm's operational lease. Our founding team is made up of experienced serial entrepreneurs and professionals with experience of over a decade each in farming, venture building, technology process creation, and real estate development. Most importantly, we have experienced farmers in our ranks, and every aspect of co-farming, both the digital and the physical, is designed to address the challenges of smallholder farmers face as a value chain solution. Our vision is to scale up to 5,000 acres of self-operated Fefifo co-farms across 6 Southeast Asian countries within 10 years, and be able to further franchise the co-farming model in Southeast Asia and other regions of the world to make co-farming truly the new world model to start sustainable, profitable smallholder farming businesses. Each milestone in our Southeast Asian plan to scale is supported by a round of funding, which brings us to a carefully thought out level of operations. First 2 years, we'll pilot in Malaysia with 50 acres, breaking into Indonesia with 25 acres in year 2. Year 3 to 5 will scale up to 550 acres, entering Thailand and Vietnam. Year 5 to 10, we blitz scale to 5,000 acres across 6 key ASEAN markets: Malaysia, Indonesia, Thailand, Vietnam, Philippines, and Myanmar. Leveraging our 4 main growth drivers or levers. Our mission is to double, triple, and quadruple per acre crop revenue at each of these milestones, increasing our profit share, giving us the ability to raise rental fees. Co-farming is a high profit, high margins business with a clear path to profitability. We forecast to be self-sustaining at 50 acres, and we raise funds from then to expand, not to survive. Because the cycle-on-cycle costs are on agripreneurs operating out of our spaces, Fefifo's operational expenses remain low vis-a-vis our deployed acreage, making it a model that's highly suitable for blitz scaling across Southeast Asia. At Fefifo, doing well by doing good is our North Star. Like the magic beans in Jack and the Beanstalk, Fefifo farms will grow to be the giant beanstalk on which smallholder farmers are lifted above the clouds to find the golden egg and out of the bottom 40 of the income pyramid. Fefifo alleviates livelihoods by aiming to make smallholder farming an opportunity that can pay up to 2 times the income of a fresh graduate, or more than 10 times that of a traditional subsistence farmer. At our planned 5,000 acres, we enable over 4,000 agripreneurs, which in turn employs over 8,500 farm workers from the local community. And this impact is compounded even more through the licensing of our model and DDFN within Southeast Asia and our regions and other regions. Fefifo is about modernizing and digitalizing the smallholder demographic that produces 80% of the food Asia consumes. By democratizing costly infrastructure and providing ready access to pre-harvest working capital, co-farming is tackling the world's food security issues where it moves the needle most towards feeding the 8.5 billion people by 2030. We started out raising $1.1 million for a 5-acre pilot involving 3 identified agripreneurs to build DDFN 1.0 and for 1 year runway. We raised an initial $710,000 in cash and cash equivalent from angels and a corporate investor. On top of that, we recently closed our equity crowdfunding campaign for our Malaysian operations at $760,000 and also an additional $750,000 from a Singapore-based VC, bringing our funds raised till date to over $2.2 million. We're looking to add another $500,000 from the IC program, which will bring us closer to our first 50 acres and into profit position. But more importantly, to have investors in our ranks that truly believe and prioritize for impact to guide us along our journey. So we hope that you invest in the game changer for smallholder agriculture. Together, we can be the newer model to make sustainable, profitable smallholder farming commonplace and make safe and healthy food more accessible to feed the world population. Thank you.
Wow. Masterful presentation, Chris. And everybody, actually. Kirill, Simon, Fahad, thank you. Round of applause. Now it's time. Live judges, YouTube participants, and our Zoom participants for Q&A. Send them your way or raise up your hand if you'd like to go. I do have a question from the Q&A, a short and sweet one. Difference between Fefifo and iFarmer.
Yeah, who shall reply? It could be iFarmer or us.
Both of you.
I think Fahad can go first, then we explain the difference, because I think, he went first, right? So let him go first.
Fahad, would you like to give a step on it first, or should we go first?
Chris, you can go first.
Sure. From what I could deduce from Fahad's presentation about what iFarmer does, it really is about democratizing finance to smallholder farmers and also putting together the value chain solution for suppliers upstream and upstream mainly. From our perspective, our business from co-farming has got verticals that cover that. But our focus is in actually modernizing the smallholder farmers, giving them that digital tools and know-how about how to grow. With our DDFN having these crop models behind every single crop they grow, literally that's the baseline that automates the entire seed to sale process for agripreneurs. So their finances, their inventory, how they do things, and their sales and rejects are all accounted properly on the DDFN, automating as much as possible. For us, we make the value chain solutions of pre-harvest financial support, as well as the inputs to be purchased for every cycle, as well as the guaranteed buyers at the end of the road. And we see that as a necessity because for smallholders, you can't solve one problem for them and expect that everything else falls in place. So for us, while our core model is to digitalize and standardize farming for smallholder farmers, we need to also find a way in our business model to provide them access to that commercial setting to grow in the first place, as well as the contract buying arrangement or agreements that they can sell to.
All right.
If I could add on to that, I think what's similar with Fahan and us have is in terms of we're tackling the same problem. But how we're approaching is a little bit different in terms of our revenue model and business model. If I could take a inspiration of a lot of co-sharing and co-working business model out there, that's closer to what we do. That's why we term co-farming. So everyone just pay a farm space, a service fee. They don't only enjoy the modern facilities and the farm space per acre, they get the entire value chain partnership that we have already established, including a 100% buyback program. Yes. So simply for them, they just pay a monthly fee and enjoy the entire network they put together for them, as well as the physical and digital aspect of farming. Yeah, so that's one of the main difference I could see between our revenue model and revenue structure.
Awesome. All right. So if Fahad, if you have anything to add, let me know. But we also love some startup impact maker specific questions, judges.
Oh, I think we should give the chance for iFarmer to reply to the question as well?
Yeah, go ahead. Of course.
Just quickly, I guess, yes, there are some, in terms of the vision and the target, yes, there are some overlaps, but as Kelvin rightly pointed out, the revenue model is a bit different. iFarmer is more asset light. We are basically facilitating access to finance for the farmers, where we are kind of working with them, which is kind of, I guess, similar to what Kelvin and Chris are doing. It's kind of working with them from the start production to advisory services, where they're modernizing with IoT and other kind of technology, where we're also bringing that technology to the farmers. And at the end of the harvest, we are helping the farmers to sell the produce directly to buyers. But the main difference is basically on how how both the companies are tackling the problem, and in terms of how they're making revenue. Like, we earn most of our revenue from the farm investors who are investing in our farm portfolio. For them, we're basically an alternate wealth management kind of platform. And for the farmers, this finance is getting channeled to them instead of relying on middlemen or local loan sharks or microfinance, where the financing comes at a really high cost. Thanks.
Sweet, great answers, both of you. So, folks, far away.
I have a question. Okay.
Oh, sorry. Oh, you can go ahead.
Amy, you go first.
Okay. So I have a question for Fahad, iFarmer. So the question is regarding the digital literacy of the farmers. How long does it take? Usually, does it take for a farmer to onboard your platform? Do you have like a particular manual or like a guideline set up for the farmers? And another question is, how do they? What would be the reaction of the reaction of the farmers on using your platform?
Right.
Thank you.
So thank you for the question, but let me also take a step back. Only 30% of the farmers have smartphones, right? So that's the smartphone penetration in rural areas in Bangladesh. And most of our farmers, we've seen 25 to 30% have a smartphone and knows how to use a smartphone. So we take both approaches, as I've shown in my presentation. We have human agents, or basically community people living in those communities where farmers can go and onboard themselves. The 20% farmers who onboard themselves using our app directly, it takes about 5 to 7 minutes for them to do that. And those 20%, they're already on Facebook. So Facebook is the internet for them, right? And we do have a Facebook group for these farmers, and they can post questions and blah, 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 if they have any problems with regards to onboarding. So there's also like another farmer who basically responds and says, well, this is how you do it. So there's a peer-to-peer learning curve for the farmers, and that helps a lot. And then farmers who do not use a smartphone yet, we're also working with local smartphone companies to be able to get them that access, but it will take some time because there's also challenges about how to use it, the internet costs, and all the perception about data costs and stuff like that. But for those farmers, currently they can onboard through our field agents. Also, we have partner agriculture input retailers, because farmers visit this input retailers shop for their everyday buying inputs and stuff. So they can also onboard themselves through our partner input retailers shops.
Great answer. Awesome. Songi, go ahead.
Yes. So I have a question for Chris and Kelvin. Thank you for the presentations. It seems like quite a promising business, and that you guys have been doing a really great job executing it. And if you know or have the the biggest competitor, a direct competitor of your product, who they are, and then where they're based, and then if there is, what's the difference between you and them?
Sure. I'll take a step back. Take a step at that question first. We have competitors in various verticals of what Fefifo does. So we are a value chain solution. Right? Our focus is in digitalizing and standardizing how agripreneurs grow. But our solution does also include that pre-harvest financial bit, has got that supply chain consolidation, as well as that the guaranteed buyers. So we do have competitors in verticals of this. So we've been compared to co-ops, which help people consolidate purchases and help them to sell. We've been compared to marketplaces, which consolidates agri inputs, and then we have been compared to players like iFarmer, which is giving access and democratizing financials. So we have competitors in verticals like this, but as far as we're aware, there isn't someone who's actually providing co-farming as a value chain solution the way that we are, solving the problems of smallholder farmers, not just from the perspective of the biggest problem that we want to solve, but actually helping with the entire value chain.
And
I can put some context on that as well. So the closest competitor can think of that attempts to do this in totality are government programs, where they provide land, they provide the grant, they provide the access to market. But the one downside to that is that they provide grants, access to market and land, and that's it. They leave it there for the farmers to grow on their own. And that typically, does not go well if there's no one guiding them how to grow it properly, how to standardize the growing and make sure the output is strong. The difference between us is that we are doing profit sharing. So for us, it's our business to make sure that our farmers are prosperous so that we prosper as well. Yeah, so take note, our revenue sharing, it's not revenue sharing like a lot of middlemen. It's profit sharing after they've gotten their monthly pay as well as their profits, then we share it with them.
Yes,
after
we make sure that our agripreneurs have put aside enough to start the next cycle before we profit share with them.
So that's the closest, I guess. Yeah.
Thank you.
Awesome. Next up on the list, please show your hands. That would be Nick.
Thanks, Aim. I've got a question actually for Simon. So you've been very low cost as you prove out your business model, which a lot of investors love. And congrats also for getting your paid product out last month. I just want, because you went quite quickly at the end on the numbers, you said you're choosing or planning to be profitable in 15 months. Is that right?
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
Okay. Question was actually around going back to hatcheries. Surely you've got the scope if you raise to spend money, but that would potentially add to costs. Like, what's the benefit of not just buying seaweed and making products?
Yeah, very good point. So in the short term, it gives us advantage in terms of controlling our quality and our supply and decreasing our costs, but really it's about scaling in the long term. When we're scaling to new regions, onboarding new farmers, we're coming in with a technology solution. And this will protect us and give us, an advantage against our competitors in the future.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Awesome, folks. That's Jimin up next.
Hi, I have a question to Fefifo. So we do realize that you guys are providing a platform for small farmers and providing IoT and technology to modernize farming. But is there a specific farming technology that you use or you have to really optimize the production of the farming? It's my first question. And the second question is, you mentioned that you did a pilot. Can you share some of the results of that pilot that kind of can show us the result of that technology that you incorporated to optimize farming?
Sure. Again, I'll take a step at it. For technology, I want to split the technology that we offer our agripreneurs into two buckets. One is the modern infrastructure and the modern crop systems that come as part of that co-farm space. These are widely used, commercial infrastructure and commercial crop systems that are used today. So greenhouses and crop systems like drip irrigation and hydroponics. So those are technologies that we don't IP for, but are necessary for commercial growing, and they are very, very widely used, and they are very, very accessible. It's just costly for these smallholders to access to. So from those technology perspective, our job is not in IP. Our job is to basically democratize access to that. But most importantly, the reason why co-farming can work as a business model is really the DDFN that we are building. Every crop that we pre-curate and grow in our space, we build a digital model around it. We build the digital protocols around it. And these serve as the baseline to basically digitalize the entire seed to sale process, to automate the process for these smallholders as much as possible through an agripreneur mobile app. So with their app, they have a wallet that controls their finances, controls the amount, the types of inputs that they want to buy, to guide them along on doing things correctly. Through digital protocols, they also have week by week, day by day instructions that they can follow, they can easily access to. And when they're done, when they're done growing and it's about to harvest, digital workflows around harvest, packing, sales, all helps with basically controlling and recording what they have and prevent fraud. And automatically, account for profits after we deliver to our buyer, and say, for example, there are rejects. So the entire seed to sale process is digitalized on our mobile app with our crop models behind as the basis. So that is our IP, and that is where our growing knowledge and we crystallize our growing knowledge and democratize that knowledge to the agripreneurs.
So if to add on to that, before we go to the second question, a lot of the things that we have spoken to farmers about, right? They are not very, their top of mind is not, I want a new IoT system, I want a new drone, I want something to automate how I grow. No, the main problem they have in mind is actually financial income and business problems. They know how to grow stuff. They just don't have access to capex in order to procure this kind of equipment. So what we're providing are very accessible, simple to use, modern, not high tech, but modern farming techniques, which are very easily available out there in the market, and it's very accessible and trainable. Yeah, so that's our main thing about that. I want to stress. All right.
And we've got two hands up from Sung Yi and Charlotte.
Sorry, just to quickly answer Jimin's second question on our pilot. Okay. Right now, we're building our 5-acre pilot farm in Peninsular Malaysia, in Perak. This place called Simbang Pulai, and that will involve 3 agripreneurs that we have already identified. The land work is ongoing. We are, and of course, DDFN has good progress. We're looking to start operations by Q1 2021.
Thank you. Awesome. So Charlotte and Sung Yi.
Yep. I'll just quickly jump in then. I had a question for Kirill. You mentioned that your team has quite good traction all in all. It's really great to see these numbers around iFarm. But for the context, I mean, the current pandemic context, could you maybe identify what are some challenges that you faced and how you've maybe pivoted or reacted to them, changed your business model?
Okay, first of all, yes, pandemic affected everyone and everywhere, but this is very, very interesting. Its impact was twice. First of all, a lot of customers were freezing projects and or delaying because they cannot build it physically. But from other side, we got much more requests after pandemic starts because people recognized that, okay, now food should be produced locally, exactly locally, not somewhere in other country, not even in another city, but concretely and locally. And we got much more requests than we expected. And only thing that, okay, first of all, it was at the start, it was more requests for this kind of container-based system and also house size systems, because even private persons were requiring it and saying that, okay, my all are going to die, we need a food very, very urgently, etc. So it's a lot of requests from private customers and from customers who want to get small systems, smaller system, I would say. And then this demand started to expand to bigger systems. So I would say pandemic was affecting us from demand point of view very positive. But from other side, it's a little bit more difficult to deliver anyway, because we have to build it somewhere, and then we have to deliver, and we have to start work, teach people to work, and then it's a little bit difficult because of closed borders. If we do not have yet company office in these countries, then it's more difficult to come and to build and to start operations. So it's a very, very interesting impact, two ways impact.
Awesome, thank you. All right, Sang-Yi, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question for all of you guys. So agriculture is another thing that actually is not just one thing, but it requires a lot of holistic perspective and approach, because it's crops, it's growing food, but it's people's life and finance and tools and like all this education. And in that terms, like, you know, let's take this as like a systemic change, you know, like some of the tactic that you guys have, like how, for example, like the Fefifo, your technique that you teaches, and how does it relate to kind of like a bigger narrative, like a climate changes and stuff like that? Because we often see that we kind of like teach farmers to do one crop, but that kind of basically killing the biodiversity. So that doesn't really help. So I want to know what like Seadling is doing and the iFarm is doing, you know, Fefifo and the iFarm doing, and your core technology or your core message is related to the climate change. I think Simon wants to go first.
Yeah, can I jump in? Yeah, because we're all over this. So we work with these farmer communities, and these, you know, they don't usually only farm seaweed. They're usually part fishing, part farming. And these are communities which have been fishing for generations, literally thousands of years. And they are intimately connected with their local environment. So they know about pollution, you know, they know about ocean warming, they're seeing it every day. So, you know, for us to come in there and work with them and kind of do it hand in hand, it's very powerful for them. And I think the big thing to keep in mind with ocean space, because it's so much more known about land space versus ocean space. You know, ocean space is just a bit of an unknown. You know, many ocean communities are still undocumented. They're illegal workers. And they intimately know what's happening. And, you know, there's big problems with shark finning and, you know, turtle killing and bomb fishing. But if you actually sit down with these guys, and, you know, I spend a lot of time sitting with poor people in the ocean and just drinking coffee and talking, and they know it's bad. They know when they're bomb fishing that they're not going to be able to catch anything for another 20 years. Mm-hmm. But if you've got to feed your kids, you've got no choice. And I don't blame them for that. So what we're coming in is offering them an alternative livelihood, which is enduring for, you know, for decades, for centuries in the future. And they're really, really positive about that.
So I can go next. So the systemic change that we are aiming for is to make smallholder farmers more resilient, right? And the resilience does not only come from the economic empowerment, but there's also these resilience against climate change, and how can they be better in terms of adapting to the you know, environmental and the climate shocks. So we work on that on two parts. So one is the education part, where we try to educate them in terms of better usage of fertilizer, organic fertilizer, pesticides, and stuff like that. And there we have integrated more technology. For example, we have developed in-house soil sensors, which are low cost. You can't, so if you want to import a soil sensor from the US or some other place, it costs $1,000. Our soil sensors cost about $30 to $40, right? And when farmers ask for financing and input support, we also test their soil. And so if a farmer says I need 5 bags of fertilizer, we basically go there and our field agents do the testing and basically say, well, you basically need three bags of fertilizer. You don't really need 5, right? And on top of that, we're also educating farmers to ensure that they're using more organic fertilizer as well. And on the second part is giving them advisory services. So Bangladesh is a country which gets frequently hit by flood and cyclones and whatnot. So through our satellite images and remote sensing technology, we are able to give farmers like an advanced, notification that there's a flood or there's heavy rainfall that's coming your way. So, we then kind of give them a recommendation what to do about this situation. So that's where we are coming from in terms of adapting and creating resilience against climate change.
Thank you. Chris.
Awesome, Chris.
Sure. We address climate change and crop diversity both at the same time. So if I talk about climate change first, there are aspects of that that's pre-baked into the co-farming space, co-farming business models. So because we use crop systems that don't depend on land arability, which is what most commercial farms use, fertigation systems and hydroponics, we are able to reuse large swaths of agri-land that are, basically made inarable because of traditionally all these big commodity estate farms that has been going on in Southeast Asia, things like palm, things like rubber. You have got big swaths of this kind of estates that's been grown for 10, 15 years. And by the end of this estate shelf life, the land is totally inarable. So we can reuse all this land by building co-farms on top of it. And because of our crop systems, we can continue and make that land productive. So we don't add on to deforestation from that perspective. We also use, sustainable technologies as much as we can in our co-farm spaces, like solar energy whenever possible, rain harvesting whenever possible, so that the resources that we consume in terms of the water and electricity can be from green sources. And also the systems that we use already reduces that footprint in terms of water usage and electricity usage. From the perspective of crop diversity, that's actually one of the key things that we help with. Because of co-farming and our focus on short cycle cash crop, we actually move smallholder farmers away from these big commodity crops that everyone tries to grow, the corns, the soil, the wheat, and move them away from that to more lucrative, more profitable cash food crops. And it is our job as Fefifo, as their service farm management agents, to look out for what are these crops that are lucrative enough for them to grow, work with this contract buyers, build the SOPs so that these guys can have continuous options to grow instead of everybody growing the same thing and basically destroying the market that they're
Awesome.
basically in.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Can I add on to that? Yeah.
Very shortly, please, because we only have 5 minutes left.
Okay, cool. So for Songyi, when you mentioned about systemic change, I think one of the main impact that we do give is to make farming sexy for the next generation. Because one big statistics is that people in Southeast Asia, most of the farmers are around 60 years old right now. So in 10, 15 years time, right, there'll be no more smallholder farmers in this region unless you attract the younger generation. But right now, it's just not attractive. So how we want to address that is to make it more profitable to start the business, in turn hiring more people. Gotcha. So how to make farming sexy is what we're trying to achieve, in terms of technology or in terms of salary, income.
Thank you. Awesome. So we've got a question from the crowd to Seadling for Simon. How advanced is the gene improvement technology now? How much progress have you made compared to your past milestone?
Yeah, okay. So with gene improvement technology, there's nothing happening. Well, there's a couple of government groups around the world working on GE with seaweed, but it's very small scale and in the closet, because there's been no consensus at all about how we're going to release GE organisms into the ocean, into open space, as opposed to land farming in tanks. And the overwhelming belief of the seaweed scientific community is negative against this, because they don't know how they're going to handle it. So it's a really poor investment at this stage. We're leaders in Capophycus molecular markers, so it's genetic, but about markers. So when this does open up, we're going to be able to move really, really fast. But to be honest, there's so many opportunities in improving the seed stock as it is now. For example, no one's actually worked with, the seaweeds that we work with, no one's actually categorized what climate suits them better, what temperatures, what salinities, changes their yields and their growth rates. This is like agriculture was 100 years ago, before you decided that, certain types of rice grew better on the top of a mountain and certain types at the bottom of a mountain. Ocean agriculture, seaweed farming, is really just such a nascent industry. And there's a lot of opportunity now in what we're doing, basically creating high value seed, which increases production. This was land agriculture more than 100 years ago. So while GE is going to be super important in the future, particularly when we start drawing down carbon with seaweed, I think still at least 5 years away, probably 10 to 20 before it'll actually have a consensus about being released.
Awesome, thank you. All right, so Uni, go ahead.
Yeah, so I have a question for Fefifo. As I understand, you also work with farmers with all these facilities and tools. So it seems it's a little bit heavy to expand your model to different markets. Like, for example, if I have some empty land that can operate the farm directly from utilizing your program, then what types of what steps or process do you need, and also how you can expedite the process?
Yep, great question, Uni. I think we've been asked this question a lot. People tend to think that, you're very cash intensive. I just want to maybe set the stage, right, that if you compare Fefifo and you compare other similar growing, ag tech solutions out there, like urban farming or vertical farming, our capex, because we grow in rural space and we use the commercial systems that are widely used, is a fraction of these. And pound for pound a kg, the capex for co-farming is actually smaller than those other ways of growing. Now, on your question on how do we work with landlords, that's also a great question. Currently in Southeast Asia, the reality here is that there are a lot of agri-land owned by either private or state, and they're not being, they're just left there in its original condition, overgrown and all that stuff. The reason why we had to pioneer co-farming in this current business model, which is we have to take down the lease, we have to clear it, we have to build it, is because there's no plug and play land that's easily available now. So but however, we see that this trend will change over time for two particular reasons. One, if we take a leaf from similar models like co-working, for example, we work in many countries, right, are not really WeWork. It's actually a franchise, and when they go into buildings, they are actually able to convince the landlord to put up a good amount of that initial investment to get that office up to performance. So we see that co-farming, once we establish the value for the landlords, we will also be able to enjoy this kind of behavior from them. As in, they know that, okay, co-farming is coming to operate off my land. I will be able to have a sustainable income of X amount of money. So yes, I will co-invest with you to build up my space, to clear my space, to make it ready for operations. And more importantly is, we don't have to grow every single co-farm space ourselves. Like co-farming, we are also co-working. We are also established as a franchise model, licensable model, so that landlords with got big estate of land, 50 acres, 100 acres, they can take down our licensing, our model, our business model, our technology, and be that co-farm operator themselves.
Gotcha. Thank you, Chris. Any last burning questions? Because this is all the time we have. It can go on all day. So go ahead, Uni.
On the previous question. So is there no like specific hardware that you have to apply to each farm?
The systems that we use, greenhouses, there's a lot of science behind it, and we need to know what kind of greenhouses to use for that to be fit for climate. But greenhouses are easily accessible infrastructure that we can. There are a lot of suppliers and producers out there that we can choose from, as well as the commercial systems, fertigation or drip irrigation, as well as hydroponics. These are also widely used commercial systems that are easily accessible. The IP is in DDFN, and we are the ones that build it.
Thank you. Awesome. All right. Any last of the last, the burning question that needs to be answered live? Going once. Going twice. Okay. Folks, that's it. Thank you so much. iFarmer, Fahad, Seadling, Simon, iFarm, Kirill, and Fefifo, Kelvin, and Chris for the masterful presentation. And I love that hand. Jimin, you need to send it to everybody next time. Now, sustainable ag and food, such an important topic, but this is only 3 of the 6 major themes that we have. Tomorrow, there is a lot to cover, a lot of ground to cover. And I hope that you will all be able to join us because we have, starting tomorrow, green energy and environment, digitization for equal opportunities for all, and the future work and economic growth. So exciting topics. We've got the rest of the cohort, and 2 last things that I need to share is simply this screen. One, which is we'd love to have you all go in and check up on the notes on impactcollective.moam.co, links in the chat. Check out the full pitch deck, details, the ask, what kind of partnerships each teams need, the progress that they've made in the program. And if you are a judge, please vote. It's very important, and all votes will be tallied, I think by December 10th, if I'm not mistaken. And we will be able to tell the whole community, 9th actually, 9th, 10th maybe in another country, but 9th, to be able to tell the world who are the teams that will deserve the big prize. And obviously there is a separate prize offered by Charlotte, the Citypreneurs Award, a small, short and sweet, 2 to 3 people will get $5,000 and just massive PR from the UNDP network. So very important. And there is no more music. There's just the closing remarks. And we will start exactly tomorrow, same time. And I think it's the same link. So feel free to save this. It's 10 a.m. Korean Standard Time, which is my 8 a.m. and 9 a.m. in Singapore, Malaysia, GMT +8. So not too early. Good start of the day. Come and look at all the deals. Any last remarks, Sung-Yi or Charlotte, before we call this a wrap?
No, it's been amazing. Thank you so much for joining today. And then all the attendees and people who are watching from YouTube and Facebook and hanging with us for the last 3 to 4 hours. Happy to have you guys tomorrow as well.
Awesome. So without further ado, let's all go have lunch, go cut some deals, make some investments, and have a great day. Thank you so much, everybody who's presented today. You were all amazing. And if I had more money, I would invest in all of you. But until next time, keep up the good work and keep fighting the good fight. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everyone.
And big thank you for our team.
Yay. All right. It's time to go off live.
All right. And see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Well done. Thank you, Aim.